Hello everyone, you're welcome to week 2, day 2, and in this session of today we will be addressing the other aspects of the logical operators. Yesterday we focused fully on comparison operators, and today we're going to move to logical operators, and that will be the focus of today. And I'm also going to show you how to combine multiple conditions that will lead us to the use of the and the or operator. So yesterday this was our focus. Comparison operators, we saw a good number of questions on those. I will encourage everyone to review those questions, practice them over and over. Today we're going to start looking at the and the or operators. When you have multiple conditions, how do you combine them together? Give me a list of all female students residing in Dallas. Those are two conditions. The first is female students. Second condition is city Dallas. Right, so those are two conditions. And if the two conditions are mandatory, you must use the AND operator to combine the conditions. Right, so AND returns true only when both conditions are true. So if both conditions must be fulfilled, you go for the AND operator. If either of the condition has to be fulfilled, you go for the OR operator. And then next we're going to talk about the concept of ISNOR, which is what you use to search for missing information. Right, we'll talk about that, and then we'll look at the like operator. So that's the focus for today. And I'm also going to bring in the other by if we have time. Right. So let's get started. I have shared with you this PDF document right here, SQL Practice 1. It has a very interesting concept. It just, especially from a visualization point of view. So for these questions, you can use the inventory database. There's something I wanted us to adjust on the inventory database, and I want us to do it right now. Please, can we delete the copy of inventory database you have? So you see this copy right here, inventory, just right click and delete. Supposed to do this yesterday, and just click on OK. Or you can also check on this box to close any existing connection. So let me repeat this. We're all going to proceed and delete the inventory database. I have a new copy we're going to execute. So right click, delete, and make sure you close this box, check on this box, and then click on OK. So this will delete the inventory database. And yesterday I did send a copy of the inventory database. We did not address that, but if you go to yesterday's folder, you see this one right here, inventory database. So I've added a new table, I've updated the script. So you can now go ahead and open this script. So on Management Studio, you can do File, Open File, you click on this and simply navigate to week 2, day 2. No, week 2, day 1. We're going to be opening the inventory database we got yesterday. Week 2, day 1, inventory database script, open. Yes, and now we can execute the script. Just click on execute. You cannot execute the script when the old inventory is still there, because no two database can have the same name and stay on the same server. So we had to delete the old one and then open this new script and execute. Right, now query executed successfully. So you now, when you're done with that, just close the script, refresh the server, and you should be able to see a new copy of the inventory database with some additional tables. Right, I've added a couple of tables in the script, right, like this one right here. So please, I want us to just knock that one out of the way. So it's something we're supposed to do yesterday. You'll find the script from yesterday. So the first thing you do, delete the one you currently have, then open the new one from yesterday and execute it. Right. I'm going to wait a couple of minutes for that exercise to be completed. So delete the old inventory database. Just right click on the database, delete. Open the inventory database received yesterday, execute it, and then close down the file. And now this is day 2. So this SQL practice one PDF document you see right here, a good number of the questions you will use the inventory database if you want to practice them out. Right. So I like this because it kind of shows you the visualization of the process. When you write this query, right, I will not advise you to copy and paste. You can type it out. First, you connect to inventory, you read the question and type it out. Display name and commission for all salesmen. Right, new query. First of all, connect to the inventory database, inventory. So these are things I want you to practice when you're studying. So I have inventory connected right here. I am looking at the salesman table, dbo.salesman. I return name and commission. So you run this query. The system, I think I had a question from someone yesterday. Name and commission. When you highlight and execute, or you just execute, it submits this query against the database engine, right? And it will process it and give you this response right here. So name and commission, you see, out of the 1, 2, 3, 4 columns in that table, we've specified just name and commission. So it targets name and commission, right? And this is what we get as the return in the output window. Just this right here, name and commission. Right. So when you submit, when you click on execute, you're submitting this code for processing. It's going to check the syntax. If it's fine, then it will now implement the content of the ask. The query needs name and commission, and that's exactly what you get. If there was an error in this syntax, maybe you forgot to put an M right here, that's a syntax violation, and execute, you get an error. It first of all runs the syntax. If it's fine, then it returns the content of the query. If not, you get an error on the syntax. See that? So this is very important, right? So this diagram kind of helps you when you run this query. It goes and connects to the table, the salesman table. It targets the 2 columns you've requested, and this is the outcome you get. Right. So that's the process going on behind the scene when you click on execute. In this one, we are just looking at the salesman from without repeats. The salesman without repeats. We've solved this question. That's a distinct concept. And we use colors to identify the transactions that were done by the same salesman. So this is 5002, same salesman, same salesman, same salesman. You see that? Now, when you put a distinct in front of the salesman ID, what happens? The system now goes and tracks the distinct rows. So 5002 will not be displayed 3 times. You see, it identifies the 3 instances of 5002 and it simply returns 1 copy of it. That's the distinct keyword in action. Right. So let me solve this question again. So this visual stuff helps you to understand the process. I remember there was also a question like this from yesterday. Right. What the distinct keyword is actually doing. So without this thing, you are getting every single occurrence within the column of interest. So if I'm looking at salesman ID, if I run this, see, this is a repetition right here, another repetition, another repetition. See, but the moment you put a distinct, you are now looking at the unique occurrences of each of the values on that column. No one will occur more than once. You see, you're now down to that. You see 5002 just once. And so from this visual, you can see this process and understand it much more better. All right. This is really, really important. That's the power of the distinct keyword right here. And see, each of these numbers are unique. The colors are all different. They're trying to help you visualize and understand this process. Right. So I strongly advise everyone to work on this. Same thing with the where clause. It's a topic of yesterday, this week. The conditions on the where clause. display the names and city of salesmen who belong to the city of Paris. Right. This is a salesman table. So the name and city of all salesmen who belong to the city of Paris. We are not interested in all salesmen across all the different cities. This is what you get if that was a question. No, we just want those in the city of Paris. This is Paris, this is Paris. Only 2 salesmen are based in the city of Paris. So when you introduce a where clause right here, the system is targeting the rows. The where clause carries a condition which is targeting the rows. The condition does not target the columns. You see that we've made a choice to deal with only the city and the name column. That's what we get. All right. Now to target the rows that will be returned, the condition you specify right here, when I put city equal Paris, Paris is going to be a string. It must be typed in that environment. See that once I execute this, the system will have to implement this condition on every single row, and it will only return those that are true. This is very important. So you can visualize this process. This is the code you submit. What happens? What does the system do behind the scene when you click on execute? It targets the table. That's where the from clause comes in. Very powerful. It first of all identifies the table. This is it. And this time around, it's not like the case above where we're highlighting the columns of interest. You see, in this case, we are targeting the rows. Why is this and this highlighted? Those are rows where the city is equal to Paris. So this one was not highlighted because the city is New York. This one is highlighted because the city is Paris. And this one also. So upon final execution, this is what you get. This is the output you get. So they kind of walk you through the process behind the scene so that you understand what is going on when you click on execute. After writing this query and you click on execute, the system processes it and how is this outcome generated. They kind of walk you behind the scene to show you the steps involved. This presentation is very powerful. It helps you visually to understand this process, and to have it in mind. Any questions so far? Yeah, I find this presentation very, very important. That's why I decided to share it with you guys. See, so this is very important. When you write this query, it targets a table, right? The where clause is there. Okay, we are implementing this. We're testing this condition on every single row. We go to the first row. Is city equal to New York? The answer is no. We skip it. Is city equal to Paris? Sorry, city equal to Paris? No. Yes. No. Yes. No. No. This is an example where the test for city equal to Paris evaluates to unknown. So you either evaluate to true, false, or unknown. This one is false, true, unknown, false. This is unknown because the city for this particular row is not known. I think we discussed this in the possible outcomes when you do the evaluation is true, false, or unknown. True is when the condition actually holds. For example, on this row, the condition is actually true. The city is equal to Paris. On this row, the condition is false. The city is not equal to Paris. This is false. So the system will run every row separately and only return the true ones. And the true ones are what? This and this. And that's what you get right here. Right. This is very, very important. And also on this one, we are returning all the columns from the customers table where the grade is 200. Give me all columns from the customers table where the grade is 200. I'll strongly advise you to practice this. You know the databases, and you can just practice this. Typing this out is a powerful way of learning. We're looking at the customer, right, where the grade is equal to 200. And if I execute this, this is what you get. See that? So we're getting all the columns where the grade is equal to 200. This is a condition. And this condition will be tested against each of the row. We go to the first row, this one. So it targets the table. We're getting all the columns. You see all the columns are listed right here. That's the meaning of asterisk. The condition gets implemented. First test on the first row is grade equal to 200. The answer is no, we skip it. Is grade equal to 200? The answer is yes. You see, we highlight it. It's highlighted. And this one will be returned. See, so all the ones highlighted are 1, 2, 3, and that's why the result has 3 rows. 1, 2, 3 rows. This is very important, and these are the 3 rows you see right here. Right, so this helps you to visualize and understand this process. Right, I strongly encourage everyone to go over this PDF document and type out the queries yourself and test them out. You see, very important. We are looking for orders where the salesman ID this process the orders. See, all transactions that were processed by a particular salesman and the ID is given 5001. So we just run through and we are only extracting 5001. See, so I encourage everyone to practice this. Okay, this question is a good spot to introduce today's topic because we are dealing with 2 conditions. So the updated inventory, you have access to the Nobel table, Nobel win table. It's for the simple reason why I had to delete the old inventory and ask you to run the new one. The old inventory database did not have the Nobel table. So you now have access to the Nobel. You can solve this question on the screen. This one right here. Show the winner of the 1971 prize for literature. A very simple question. You just copy this question, right? We are still using the inventory database, right? And for this question, it's talking about price, Nobel prize. So there is a Nobel win table. So select star from DBO dot Nobel win. This is it. This is the exploration. You must have this content in front of you so you can build an effective strategy to solve this question. Never you strategize when you don't have a picture of the table in front of you, because you strategize based on what is available. Don't build your solutions on things that you don't have access to. You see, this is very important. So show the winner of the 1971 prize for literature. Now, while reading this, I'm exploring the table. Oh, I see there's a subject column, and the subject is telling you the subjects that the winning was tied to. So I need to put the condition where subject equal to literature. You see, I'm building my solution while looking at the content of the table in front of me. And I'm being specific on the column names. See? And then there's also a year. See, so if I go ahead and implement the winner of the 1971 prize for literature, there's already a year concept right here, and it's a year column right here. So if I initiate this process and I put where, and I start with year equal 1971, if I stop here and execute, it will give me the winnings that took place on this year across all the different subjects. You see, I see physics, I see chemistry, peace, literature, economics. You see that? But that's not what they want. So I've addressed just one aspect of the condition, which is a year condition. There is another aspect of the condition which has to do with the subject. And that subject has to be what? Literature. And these 2 conditions are mandatory. The year must be 1971 and the subject of interest must be literature. That's where the AND operator comes in. See? And now you move to the next condition, which has to do with what? Subject. Right? This is very, very important. You have 2 options when it comes to combining 2 or more conditions. You either use the AND or the OR operator, and that is the focus of today's session. The AND and the OR. Right? If you're dealing with a single condition like what we did right here, you still need to connect. You don't have to worry about connecting the conditions. Just one and it stays one. See? But in the second, this one right here, we have 2 conditions. One is tied on the year. It must be 1971. The next condition is tied on subject. It must be literature. I'm just going to copy that and put it right here. You see? 2 mandatory conditions, and that's why we are linking them up using the AND operator. And so if I run this, see what happens. The 2 conditions must be met. If I go to year, I must see 1971. If I go to subject, I must see literature. And that's it right there. So this is what we're going to study today. This is so very powerful. Right? So the and the or, those are the two options that the SQL language gives you to combine multiple conditions, to link them up. And you always have to read the question carefully. If the conditions are mandatory, you go for the and. If the conditions are optional, you go for the or. Right? So if I switch this to or, and of course it will always impact the result. Or is very, very relaxed. It will always return more rows than the and. The and is very strict. The two conditions must be met, and you can see right here. If I switch that to or and execute this, see what happens. You see, move from one row which qualified in this category to 8 rows that have qualified in this category. Just imagine you make a mistake. Instead of using and, you use or vice versa. You're misleading the business, right? So this is very, very important. Let's go back to this. I think this one is very obvious. You see that the year is 1971. This condition was fully implemented, and also the subject is literature. This condition was fully implemented. So both must be true. And that's the definition of that concept. And it returns true only when both conditions are true. So for a row to be returned, the row must fulfill the two conditions. Must. All right. For the and, if the row fulfills either of the condition, either this one or this one, you're good. So it's a very relaxed operator. You see that? So if let's stay on this row. This one is good. Now this one fulfills only the subject condition, which is this. It failed on the year condition because the year was supposed to be 1971, but 1970. So as long as you fulfill one of this condition or this one, you're good. You must not fulfill both. If you must fulfill both, that's the and operator. So I can explain to you why this is showing up. It failed on the year condition. It's 1970, you see, not 1971. It's showing up because it fulfilled the subject condition, this one. That's why this particular row is showing up. If you go to the next row, our subject of interest is literature. It failed on the subject, but passed on the year. You see, that's why that particular row is showing up. It validates the year condition, fails the subject condition. At least it has passed one of the conditions. And that's why the key way to describe that is this: returns true if either is true. So all you need to do is fulfill one of the conditions on the list, and you make it to the final result. Are we okay? I don't want to go too deep on this. Let me just stop right here and make sure we are all on track. See, do we understand this? Are there any questions so far? Okay, are we okay? Okay, I want us to explore the slides for today, the lecture materials for today. So let's go to this one. This is week 2, day 2. Let's go to this one right here, logical operators. Yes, let's open this file. I'm just going to shut this down. We have good. So I'm going to go to open and simply just navigate. This is week 2, day 1. Let me go to week 2, day 2, week 2, day 2. And this is the file we're going to target next. Logical operators. If you have this on your screen, just click on yes. So this is very important. There's a lot of examples right here we're going to practice together. Please, my goal is for you to understand as much as possible in class. So if you have any challenges, any questions, feel free. All right. feel free to ask so that we can address it. So first on the list, we're going to be focusing on and or. When do you use the and operator? When do you use the or operator? That's the first thing we're going to focus on. So let's see a lot of examples in that category. So this is the concept of what filtering with multiple predicates. Predicate is just a condition. What happens when you have multiple conditions? How do you combine the conditions? So for combining multiple conditions, we use the and or. And is used when both conditions are mandatory or when either of the conditions can be met. So this one is more relaxed. As long as you qualify or you fulfill one of the conditions, you're fine. Right. So with the or operator, you don't need to fulfill all the conditions. With the and operator, you must fulfill all the conditions. And that's the same definition right there. Just pull that from the lecture material. So let's begin with the first question. We're going to be using Global Superstore. That's the connection right there. Execute. I switch to Global Superstore. So the product manager has requested a complete list of products with zero discount or negative profit. So there are two conditions. On the discount column, you must have zero discount. Also on the profit, you have a negative profit. And we are told to use the orders table. So if you want to solve this question, you will just have to do a select star from the orders table, execute. Let's do the exploration. This is it. I'm going to kick out the where clause for now. So this condition, the first condition is based on the discount column. We have a discount column right here, and it says zero discount. So how are you going to code that? Where discount equal to zero, right? Second condition is based on what? Profit, and we're looking at negative profit. For you to have negative numbers from a column, just put the name of the column less than zero. And that's how you ensure that you're targeting negative. And see the connection between the two columns, the two conditions, or. So this is an indication that you're going to use the or. So first condition right here, discount equal to zero is tied to this. Second condition, profit less than zero is tied to this. And the connection, or how do you combine the two conditions, or you read that directly from the question. This is very important. See, so these are not two mandatory conditions. These are two optional conditions. If you qualify on this, you're good, or you qualify on this, you're good. You don't need to meet the two conditions or fulfill both conditions. So if I go ahead and execute this, you can now justify or understand why each row is present. Just do a random check on the rows that are returned. Why did this row qualify? Let's look at the discount condition. It fulfills it. On the profit condition, it fails on the profit condition. See? But why did it return on the result set? Because of this. So as long as you're fulfilling one of the conditions, you're good to go. See, the discount condition was fulfilled. It was met. They failed on profit, but met the discount criteria. So this is going to show up. You will not see any row that fails on both discount and profit. You will not see that. See that this is very important. That's how you begin to appreciate and understand the use of the OR operator when it comes to connecting or combining multiple conditions. Are we okay? So I will do two parts. This is the one for the OR. If you look at the second question, it's still the same question, but the requirement has changed. So we are needing products with zero discount and negative profit. So the two conditions must be met. You must have a zero discount, and also you must get a negative profit. So you see that the simple adjustment is this. Right. So this is very important. This is much more strict. And so it will lead to fewer records. And you see, basically you understand that there's no product that has zero discount and also has a negative profit. The result set is empty. I think we addressed this yesterday. This is not a syntax violation or a failure on the query side. You see the query executed successfully. Now, based on the business, on the data set, we don't have any product which has a zero discount and also has a negative profit. There is no such product. See, empty resource set. See, right. So just imagine we're supposed to do this, and you made your analysis and presented this to the business. That's serious misleading. You're failing the business, right? So this is very important. Just these little things, and these things show up in interviews. They want to make sure you understand when to use the or operator and when to use the and operator, because they know how catastrophic it will be if you interchange the scenarios. This is very important. So you have to read the requirement carefully, especially those requirements that have multiple conditions. You must understand how the conditions will be linked together or connected together or combined together, right? And there are just two options available. Either you're doing the AND operator or the OR operator, right? So I'm going to pause right here. I want you guys to look at question 1 and 2 together. Right? Practice those. If there are any questions, we will take a look at it. If you want me to come to your screen, feel free uh, to request that. So I'll pause for a couple of minutes. Please go over these two questions. Understand why the OR operator was used for this one, and understand why we made use of the AND operator for this one. Okay, any question on question 1 and 2? So uh, this is very important. It's the same question, but we just did a small tweak on the requirement, just to expose you to the fact that you have to read the requirement carefully so as to know the components you're going to put on the condition. This is very, very important. Everyone is very quiet. Are we good?
Yeah, all good on my side.
Yeah. So please feel free. If you have any issues, we can address that. I really want you guys to understand this. Right. Okay. So the next question will also be on the global superstore. The sales manager would like to know the other details of each customer in the corporate segment. with first class as shipping mode. So there are two conditions right here. One is tied on the segment, it should be corporate, and the next one is tied on shipping mode. That's why it's very necessary to explore tables. All right, so this is what I expect you to do before even get into the question. Once you're connected to the database, run a select on the table. We're told to use the orders table for this. All right, and this exploration is necessary. Build your strategy after having a thorough understanding of the table you're dealing with. All right, this is very, very important. Once you read the question and look at the table, you will understand it better. Just reading this without looking at the table, right? So once you must have explored all the columns, you notice, oh, this is a segment column, and the question talks about segment. Oh yeah, this is corporate segment. So in the segment, it has to be corporate with first class as shipping mode. Do we have a ship mode? It's right here. And first class, you see? So there are two conditions in this question. And these two conditions, from the way the question is stated, the two conditions are mandatory. You see? So this is very, very important. And they've given you the list of columns you have to return. So putting everything together, this is what you're dealing with. Segment should be corporate, and the ship mode should be this. I think by now everyone understands why values are always within a string environment, especially for those string text. If it's a number, you just type the number like that. See, this is very important. Whenever you do segment equal to corporate, this is a column. You don't do nothing on the columns, except when you have a space like this, you can put the square bracket. See, but for values, if the value is a string, make sure you put the string environment to it. See that? So these are two mandatory conditions. That's why we're using the AND operator. The segment has to be corporate, and the ship mode has to be first class. Right. Let me attempt to visualize this. I like taking you to the visual side, so it kind of prepares your mind for the second module. Right. Yesterday I did the sample one. I want to analyze the global one so that we have the same outcome. So this is just an issue where you have to go to the data source and change it. And believe me, you can connect to SQL Server. See? So it has server. You can go to Microsoft SQL Server. I want to connect to that same database I'm using in this question. I'm using Global Superstore. I want to connect to that same database. You see, I'm already in the server. This is AdventureWorks. I want to change. I'm going to dismiss that and just sign in. It's the same thing when you do sign in to this to Management Studio. This is signing this interface. You see that? So it's the same. I want to use Tableau to connect to the databases that are in the SQL Server. See? And now this is it. I'm into SQL Server. You see this right here? It's the same thing you have in Management Studio right here. That's the server information. After server information, what do you have? Databases. If I go to Tableau, this on the databases. When I click on the list, you see everything same. It goes from academia all the way to this. See, if I go to databases, alphabetical order, academia, all the way to that. Even the real estate we just added today, you can find it. It's right here. Yesterday we added real estate. Today we had inventory. So as long as I'm connected to the same server, I have access to all the databases. Now, what do I want to analyze? I want to analyze Global Superstore. I just select that. That's the same thing you do in SQL when you want to analyze a database. You connect to it, use Global Superstore, execute. It shows up right here. So before you build any visualization, you have to connect to this database that is hosting the data. So the server I'm connected to it, I've stated my database is this. Now the equivalence of you doing a select star from the table. This is how we do it in visualization. We just drag and drop. I put it onto the canvas. The system now loads the data for me. This is the equivalence of you doing select star from the orders table. So these steps I gave you in the workflow is linked to the visual process, the visualization process. All those steps I've covered in the visualization side. We are familiar with them in SQL Server. Connecting to a database. This is how we do it. This is it, right? It's just a drop down. You select database. I want to analyze global superstore. Select star from the table you want to analyze. This is the table I want to analyze. Select star, print it out. This is the content. I just need to drag and bring it up from. So this is it. And the system has loaded the data. See, this is really just simple and straightforward. Now I've addressed the database and the data component of the visualization process. I'm now ready to build the visual. I go to this, right? What will we ask to return? This is not something you should have to worry about knowing. Now, I just want you to understand the process, right? You will do this in the second model. So you want to build a query which will return customer name, segment, ship mode. So I can just be dragging those columns and putting them on my visualization platform. Customer name. This is the first one. I put it right here. Customer name. See, it loads the data. This is the first column. Comma. Second column is what? Segment. I go to the visual and load segment. Put it right here. It loads the segment data. You see. The next one, I'm loading ship mode. I go to my visual. My ship mode is right here. I load ship mode. It's a lot of data. Allow that to process. The next one is going to be order ID. Let's allow this to load. Right. So it's all about the workflow. So you understand why I keep insisting. Read the question. Understand the database to be used. This is your first reaction. Connect to the database. Right. Read the question. We're told to do this from the orders table. I just do a select star from the orders table. I take a moment and explore it. Sometimes you're analyzing this for the very first time. You have to be patient, understand the columns in this table, understand what is available, right? So that you will know how to build conditions correctly, right? So talking about corporate segment, okay, I see a segment column and I see the possible values. I see corporate, so I know, okay, I'm going to build a where clause where segment equal to corporate. I've addressed this condition. See, I'm looking at customers in the corporate segment. So where segment equal corporate. This is it right here. That's the first condition. And I also have a second condition with first class as the shipping mode. And I have a ship mode column which carries a first class as a value. So that would be a second condition. Ship mode equal first class. And this is the condition right here. And I'm using the AND operator to connect both. If you remove this, it's a syntax violation. You don't type conditions like this without connecting them. And there are just two possibilities to connect conditions, the AND or the OR. And that's it. It's not that complicated. You cannot put a comma. Comma is when you want to separate columns. You cannot do that. This is a syntax violation, right? Right. So this is very important. Once the two conditions are mandatory, AND operator is to be used. And that's how you arrive at your final solution, right? Projected. Now I was trying to do the same on a visual tool. I've brought in ship mode. See, next, order ID, bring in the order ID. See, I'm just dragging and dropping it on my visualization. Order ID. This spaces you see right here, just a repetition that all of these are in the same category, in the same customer name, right? So it helps to put those in some little groups. But it's the same thing we are visualizing, right? And then next, after order ID, we are bringing in the order date. I'm just going to drag order date and put it right here. And usually, this is hierarchy is going to do something funny, but I'm going to fix it. So it wants to, it's asking, you want to show just the year of the order date. We're going to start seeing this on the 5th week. These functions allow this a lot of data. Let's allow that to adjust itself. the building. And this same question has a second part, which is just a modification of the same question. So in this one, we are looking at the same question, but the modification, the requirement has changed a little bit. So we're looking at customers who are either in the corporate segment or their orders are shipped via first class. This requirement is completely different from this requirement. This is very, very important. There's a need to read the requirement carefully, understand it, right, and know exactly what to do. So in this requirement, the corporate segment condition and the ship mode condition, they are mandatory. So we use the AND operator to connect them. In this example, we are looking at customers who are either in the corporate segment or their orders are shipped via first class. These are two optional conditions. We have the or and either. These are words that are used to give you clue that, hey, these two conditions should be connected using the or operator. This is very, very important. It's the same thing you see right here. Either of the conditions is true. So as long as you're in the corporate segment or you've shipped through first class, we need to see those details. Those are the two conditions we are interested in, and we are not imposing the conditions to be mandatory. Right? If you look at the AND, always is limited because it's a strict condition. Fewer rows will qualify. 2,245. If you go to this and use the or, it is much more relaxed. More rows will qualify. You see, up to 20,000. See? And then you can now take a careful look on the details. See this one right here. Why this row qualified? It meets the corporate condition. It meets the segment condition, which is corporate. This is it right here. It fails on the shipping mode, which should be what? First class. It says standard class. So the reason why this qualifies is because it fulfills the segment condition, corporate. So basically, out of these 20,000 and something rows, you will never see any row that fails on this and also fails on this. You see rows that will pass both conditions. You also see rows that will pass just this condition and fail on this condition. You see rows that will pass this condition and fail on this condition. So this condition right here is adding to what has been achieved on this plus more. You see that? All right, so you can just visit each row and try to understand why they qualify. Why did this row qualify? It fails on the segment, it's consumer, but definitely made it because it fulfilled the first class condition. You see that? This one right here failed on the segment condition, but passed the ship mode condition. This one passed the segment, failed on ship mode. You see? That's because we're using this. This is so, so very important. You have to take a moment and understand when you're supposed to use the AND operator to connect the conditions and when you're supposed to use the OR. This is very important, you see. Let's check on the visual. So this has loaded. I just have to go in there and tell the system, hey, give me the exact date. It's trying to fetch the year from the dates. And it's going to run that again. I'm just going to keep that working. Okay, let me give you a moment to explore this tool. So it's a slight difference on the business requirement. In the first one, the segment and the ship mode conditions are mandatory. They must be met. In the second one, the segment and the ship mode conditions were optional. That's why we used the or. So you have to read the requirement carefully. So I'm going to give you a moment to check that out while I see if I can modify this. Please, when you execute this, try to go randomly to any of the rows and try to understand why that particular row qualified. It's also very important, and try to relate it to the condition. That's the best way to learn. So ask yourself, why did this row qualify? And check the condition on segment. It's consumer. It fails on the segment condition, but it made it because it validated the first class, this ship mode condition. This is important. So you can challenge yourself. You're definitely going to see instances where both ship mode and segment conditions were met. Right? But you'll never see a scenario where a row is showing up right here. Meanwhile, it failed on both conditions. You never see that. So that's how you learn. Just take a moment, take pause on a particular row and compare and see why this row made it. Consumer, it fails on segment. First class, it definitely made it on the ship mode condition. So that exploration is very important. That's how you learn. Right. The last column to bring into this visual would be quantity. And I'm just going to drag. So quantity is now going to come in as an aggregated column. We're going to start seeing the summation, average, maximum, minimum from next week. Yes, we're going to see that under the grouping lecture. So on the AND segment, both conditions must be met. So if I run this, any row listed right here, you can check them individually. The segment is corporate and the ship mode is first class. Segment, corporate, ship mode, first class. It's mandatory. It's a must. See that? This is a very important thing. You see this in a lot of interview questions. They want you to make sure you understand the difference between the AND operator and the OR operator. Very, very important. So when you see it being used practically, you go to the results and test them one after the other. It further enforces your understanding of the concept. This is very important. See? Any question on this? Let me see if this. So I'm giving you time to explore this tool. Any questions, we can address them. And I'm also waiting on putting this together. This is taking a long time to load. Okay, we can do the next set. I will come back to that question and show you the visualization of that. Okay, so this one right here is based on AdventureWorks LT 2022. This is the connection right here. And just go through the requirement, write a select statement that lists name, product number, color, standard cost, list price for all products that are black or have a list price less than 10. We have two conditions. First condition is on the color. The color has to be black. Second condition, the list price must be less than 10. And the connection right here is all. So these are two relaxed conditions. So first, color is black. You're looking at black products, or the list price should be less than 10. So two conditions right here, and they're optional. And that connection, if I execute this, this is what we get. And now you can evaluate, always make it a habit to just explore randomly the rows returned, so as you can better understand the outcome. So on the color side, yes, this particular row fulfills the color requirement black. This one is fulfilled. On the list price is not less than 10. So, but why is this showing on the result? Because it fulfilled this condition. Although it fails on this, it fulfilled this condition. This is very important. That's the solid message behind the OR operator. Right. What about this one? Is the black? It fails on this. This one fails on the color requirement. We're looking at the white product. But then if you look at the list price requirement, it fulfills it. This is less than 10. This is $9.50. It's less than $10. You see, this is very, very important. You see, also on this one is a multicolored product. It fails on the color condition, but meets the list price criterion. This is very, very important. Right. And what if we made the two conditions mandatory? Let's first of all see how the requirement would change. So in this case, we are looking at all black products having a list price less than 10. This is very, very important. All black products having a list price less than 10. So for any product to show up on the list, you must be of color black and you must have a list price less than 10. I'm putting this next to each other so that you can read the business requirement carefully and understand exactly what to do or how to code the condition. So in this case, these are mandatory conditions. All black products having a list price less than 10. These are two mandatory conditions. Color must be black and list price must be less than 10. See, and this is how you hit your target. This is strict. So basically, no no product met this requirement. It's too strict of a requirement. Let me just run the first part of the requirement. Black products. And if you see, we have a total of 89 black products that you can just go through. And an easy way to do this, you can just put an order by. We're going to see order by today. But if I just run this, execute, only the first condition, all the products are black right here. All black products, just one condition. And now if you just go through the list price, you discover that none of this list price is less than 10. See that? And that explains why when we activate the two conditions, making them mandatory, we go down to 0. There's no outcome, right? No product fulfill those two conditions, right? But if you relax the condition through the OR operator, you will have all the 89 black products and all of them, all the 89 black products together with those that have a list price of greater than 10, right? Because all will meet the condition. 89 products will meet this condition. If I just run just this part, there are 89 products, 89 black products. Why is it that when I add this one in the OR, the number goes up, right? Because I've now made it easy. You can show up in the result set provided you've meet this condition or you meet this condition. You don't need to forfeit both. See, that's why the result set goes up. See, but when you impose them mandatory, all the black products and they must be of list price less than 10. This returns an empty result set. So this condition was not fulfilled by any of the products. All right. Let me take a look at this visual. Still having okay, I'll come back to that. Okay. So I will give you some time to go over this. I don't know, this one is straightforward. Let me just go to the next one. All right. So on this one, we have two conditions. One is based on color and the other one is based on size. So write a select statement that lists the name, product number, color, and size for all products that are not multicolored. So all products that are not, I don't want us to address the not for now. Let's kick out the not. I'll show you how to do not. Okay, anyway, we can put that in. We talked about this yesterday, so we can include that. If it's equal to multicolored, equality not equal to, so this is, we solved a similar question like this yesterday, so we're good. Yeah, we can address this one. All products that are not multicolored and have a size of S, M, or L. Right, so if I just run this part without the where clause, you can see the two columns. We have a color condition. It must not be multicolored. That's the condition of color. So we don't want to see this, we don't want to see this, we don't want to see this. See? And then on size, it should either be S, small, medium, or large. And these two conditions are mandatory. So you understand that by reading it carefully. Products for all products that are not multicolored and have a size of S, M, or L. So two conditions, and these conditions are mandatory. All right, so the color one is easy. We did this yesterday. When the color is different from what the color is not multi, this is how you're going to code it. And now for size, we're not looking at just one size. If we're looking at just one size, we can do equality where size equal S. But since we are searching multiple values in the same column, the in operator comes in very handy. This is what we saw yesterday. So the in operator is used to search for multiple values. In operator, please don't forget this. This is very important. Whenever you're searching for multiple values in the where clause, the in operator comes in. Equality, you're searching for one value at a time. See? So it is easy to just switch to the in operator and just put the list of values you're searching. S, M, or L. You're not just searching for S, right? If you're just searching only for S, you're just gonna put size equal S. But we're looking for S, M, and L. And so this is how you have to put it. Multiple values. You're basically dealing with a list of values. So they go in this environment. That's a job for the in operator. Put them in a set of parentheses, comma, separate them, and this is how you hit your target. So first condition, the color should not be multi-color. And the second one, the size should be in this list. Either is S, M, or L. And this is it. So if I execute this, you can now go over this outcome. First, white is not multicolored. See? And then second, M is on the list on the size part. M is right here. So
Um,
yeah,
for the not multi, I tried using the condition not like type it out, but it didn't execute.
yeah, man,
I don't know.
I'm happy you did that. And that's a good way to learn. That's somebody who thinks out of the box, right? Because if you just read this, and I'm going to address the not today. It's on the list. So not is this one right here. This is how you negate logical operators. Use not. You cannot use not to negate a comparison operator. Right, that's a role I was supposed to mention it. Right. But since you did the research and you saw it, and that's how you will never forget that concept. So you cannot use not right here. So it's like you have equality, and then to negate, you put not. It doesn't work like this. You see, immediately you get an error. You see that? So not is the negation for logical operators. This is not a logical operator. What is a negation for logical operator is exclamation. We talked about this yesterday. See? So there are two options for not equal to. You either use this or you use this. Right. So this is very important. Now, and that's the best way to learn. You try something, it doesn't work, you see it for yourself, and when they show you the correct outcome, that concept sticks. I'm first of all very happy that you thought of the not like a possible operator to use. And now when I explain to you that not cannot go with a logical operator, the negation for logical operator is this. This is the meaning of not for logical operators. Very important, you see. Right. So you cannot type not equal to. No, this is not how it works. So please remember in this zone right here, negation for this zone is the exclamation. These are comparison operators. To negate a comparison operator, we use the exclamation. Right. So we talked about, for example, right here, if I want to look at products that are not less than 10, I'm not going to put not right here. See that? It doesn't work. Products that are not black, I'm not going to put not right here. It doesn't work. Why? Because these are what comparison operators. How do you negate a comparison operator? Exclamation. How do you negate a comparison operator? Exclamation. So this is what not equal to. This is what not less than. Not this one. See, that is a fantastic discovery. So if I run this, you see products that are not black and they are not less than. Let me see. Check out each of the rules. Please don't just run something and you just say, hey, your job is done. No, your job is not done. You have to validate the result. Sometimes you might see failures on the result so that you can go back and fix your logic. So always test your logic. This is very important. Every data analyst does this. Don't analyze data and you just send it to your manager. No. Analyze what you've analyzed. Take a critical examination of what you've analyzed and make sure your logic is working. This is the logic you've built to. Right. A different person will do this differently. Right. And then you have to test it. What am I doing? I want to kick out all the black colors. So if you look at your list, there should be no black color on this. Any other color, but not black, except black. That's it. And you have to test, hey, did I succeed in hitting my target? Check it out. If you see any black product right here, you failed it. And this is mandatory. If this was all, then you can see a black product showing up. But as long as you've not, if this is mandatory, you have to have all products that are not black, and on the list price side, it should not be less than 10. What's the opposite of not less than 10? Greater than or equal to 10. So you will not see any list price that is less than 10. You can see 10. 10 qualifies, not less than 10. 10 qualifies. Right. So this is very, very important. Right. I'm happy you did that. So please remember, we are dealing with this section right here, comparison operators. The negation is exclamation. When you're dealing with logical operators, the negation is not. We will see that. So not like, not between, not in. Then for this one is not null. I will show you the negations. We have it in the lineup. This is an excellent discovery. I'm impressed with that. I like that. When you're studying, don't just stick to what I've done. Challenge, think out of the box and say, hey, what if we did this? What will happen? And those what if moments are very powerful learning moments. I very much encourage that. That's the best way to learn. Right? Consume what has been given and then challenge yourself. Hey, what if I do this? What if I do this? And you'll be amazed on how much you will learn from doing that. right? So in this one, you're looking at the color. What's the condition? All products that are not multicolored. So not multicolored. This is it. This will be multicolored. This will be not multicolored. You can use this exclamation in front of it, or you can use this. So I was normally supposed to provide you with the two options, but I think you understand this. So these are two ways to solve this. Right. I can go right here and put that is multicolored products, not multicolored products. That's an excellent question. I like that. So this is it. They're all mandatory. Always remember, check. Don't just analyze something and just send out the result. No, take a moment and go over the result. Try to make sure the logic you've used is being correctly reflected in the result. Sometimes you may make a mistake and you need to do adjustments on this. And this is it's an integral part of every project. Nobody gives you a project in a company, you just do it and you just take the result and you publish it and everyone starts using it. No, they will do quality control on it. They're going to fact check the values you're having. Right. And this is very important. That's why there's development phase, there's a testing phase, and then there's a production phase. That's a software development lifecycle. You build something, people will test it, and then once it's good, they deploy it and everyone starts using it. It's just like drug development, clinical trials. They test the drugs on lab animals like rats and stuff like that. They test it on a subpopulation of humans. That's a clinical trial. And then once everything's fine, massive production. You see that? Same thing with technology products. You build a technology product, they'll test it on a small subset of of people, and they're going to try it and give their feedback. They're going to fine tune, work on the feedbacks, build it, fine tune the application. And when everyone is satisfied or everyone is happy, they deploy it. Massive consumption starts. You see. So always think about that. You don't just build something and just force it on people. No. And that's the same thing you do when you're building your queries. Solve a question, run it, examine the results, and see if they match what you anticipated. Right. This is very important. Right. Oh, this is a mess. Okay. Any question on this? So this is how the mandatory one will look like. The optional one. Did I have an optional one for this? No. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's take a look at this. I think we're heading towards a break. Let's see how far we have to go. Yes, let's take a break. Yeah, let's take a 15 minutes break. When we're back from the break, we're gonna continue on the next on question 8. Yeah, let's take a 15 minutes break.
This is that's going on.
Okay, are we back?
Yeah, but
Okay, so during the break, I was putting the visualization for this question together. This is what we have. So I've added some filters to the visual. We have the segment filter and the ship mode filter. It's the same thing we have in the where clause right here. So those are conditions. So if you look at right here, I want to get just the corporate segment. So if I go to the visual, I have to go to the segment filter and deactivate every other one. I just go for corporate. So you see this is going to rebuild the visual. And if you go to the segment outcome, the segment column, you see just corporate throughout. That's the same thing we're getting on this side. And also, since it's going to be mandatory, I will go to the ship mode and make sure it's just first class. Right. So if I go back to the visual and I go to ship mode, I can deactivate and just go for the first class. So this is it. So segment is corporate, ship mode, first class. This is mandatory. So the visualization we impose the and clause is mandatory. That's the default. So corporate, first class, and this is what you get. So if I execute this, sorry, I have to make sure. See, the first thing I check is database. Wrong database, I have to switch to it. And now I'm in the correct database, Global Superstore. I can run this, execute, and this is what you get. Yeah. And it's the same thing I've been able to visualize on this side. So this is very important. Right. So in dashboards, we call this filters. This is on the filter segment. I have segment and ship mode. And I've actually activated the filters on the visual. Right. This is done in SQL through the where clause. And you have to read the requirement carefully. When you have multiple conditions, you must know how to connect them. If it's mandatory, use an operator. If it's optional, you use the or operator. And this is it. And you can clearly see that the visual has been filtered. Everything on segment is corporate and everything on ship mode is first class. And it's the same thing you get right here. Right? Everything on the segment is corporate for all this number of rows, same thing on the ship mode. Right? And I can go back to the visual, change my mind. I don't want to view corporate anymore. I want to see home office. I switch to home office and I go to this. I want to see home office and maybe same day delivery. And that's it. It's going to work it out. If I go to this, I can do the same adjustment. Just type home office right here, same day right here. That's how you changed. But that was not the requirement for this question. Right. So this helps you to see the connection between the first model, which is SQL, and the second model, which is Power BI, which is all about visualization. Right. Okay, so let's go ahead. We talked about this already. I'm going to go to, I think we ended on question 8. This question has to do with the movies database. I'm just going to connect to movies database. And we're going to be using the film table. And there's a table right there. So we want to return a list of columns: film ID, film name, film release date, film runtime, the film budget, film Oscar nominations, and Oscar wins. For all films, this is where the condition comes in. For all films that are more than 2 hours long and one, no Oscar nominations. So if I stop right here, so far I've covered 2 conditions. One is on the film runtime minutes. So you have to convert the 2 hours to minutes. That's 120 minutes. First condition, film runtime greater than 2 hours, more than 2 hours. Second condition, films that have won no Oscar nominations. You see, film Oscar, that should be Oscar nominations, not Oscar wins. I have to adjust this. Film Oscar nominations. Please adjust this to film Oscar nominations. right? Not film Oscar wins. Anyway, let me just go back to what we had. So film Oscar wins, and I'm going to change it right here. Film Oscar wins, right? So films that are more than 2 hours long and won no Oscar wins. I think the previous one was much better and won no Oscar nominations. Yeah, I think we just keep it the way it was and won no Oscar nominations. So it's about we have the two columns, film Oscar nominations and film Oscar wins. Right, so it's targeting this. Yeah, just keep it the way it was. It's right. Always remember, in terms of if you need any clarification on any business requirement, always reach out to the project owner or the project manager. This is very important. These are little things that is just communication issue. You can sort them out. Right. So if the business requirement is not very explicit, you can always ask questions. Right. So as you understand the business requirement before you can build the solution. This is very important. Right. So the focus here is to target films with 0 Oscar wins, films that have won no Oscar nominations. You see. So 2 mandatory conditions, and this is third condition that comes in. Also ensure that the films were released before the year 1990. And it's also a mandatory condition besides these two. See, also ensure that the films were released before 1990. And we talked about this. You cannot just go here and pluck 1990 like so, because the film release date is a date. It gives you the full picture of a date, right? So you have to spot a value. You have to transform this year into a date value. That's what we did right here. So before the year 1990, this is the first day of the year 1990. So before we get to this first date or day of the year 1990, if we don't put an equality, we exclude that. This will include this date. So you get 1 day in the year 1990, but the question says before the year 1990, right? So we have to drop this and make sure that what we are returning should not include anything 1990 and above. So strictly less than that. That's why we identify the first day of the year 1990 and make sure we put less than, strictly less than. And this is how you can code this. If there's an error on this, that's why it's important to go over your result. Make sure you do spot checks on your result. You should not see any film that is 1990 and above. This is very important. All the films you see right here, there are 20 of them, 20 films in this output. Always just make sure you scan through the result and make sure that the condition was implemented the way you wanted it to be. First of all the films in this list must be more than 120 minutes long. So if you go to the film runtime minutes, all of these should be more than 120 minutes. If you see anything less than that or not fulfilling this condition, is a problem. So it's quick scan through this. You see that all these values are more than 120 minutes. Also, film Oscar nomination is 0. This is easy. Just scan through the film Oscar wins. 0. All of these 20 films have 0 Oscar wins. Right, because these are all mandatory conditions. And the last but not the least is this one right here. There must be films that were released before 1990. And if you check on the date, you can see right here. I will show you the order by where you can actually, instead of scanning through things, you can actually sort and see in a particular order, and you can scan through easily. See that? This is it. This is very, very important. These are 3 mandatory conditions. And if you notice the simple tweak we did right here on the year part, see? Now, once you start understanding SQL in depth, as we go maybe on the 5th week, we'll talk about the year function. You can just pluck year right here, the year function, and it will instruct the system to extract only the year from that date. So this is showing you only the year. And then now on this side, you can only put year, 1990. This is valid. But at the level of the training, we are not yet skilled to do this. Right? But this is how a professional will execute that query. See, you don't need to go do some adjustments on this. So we are gradually getting to that. See, so for now, based on the objective we've attained so far in the training, this is the much we can do. We can survive this question by doing this little tweak. Right. So this is it. Let me give you a couple of minutes to go over this. Please execute. All right. Your goal is not just to get the query right, but take a moment and explore the results. That's how you make yourself different from other data analysts. You should be able to make sure you go over the results and see that they match or they're in line with the conditions that were specified. Okay. So please take a moment and explore this. Read through the question, understand why we had all of this mandatory. Always go back to the objective. Right? Our objective is to expose you to the usage of and or. So when you read any question, you must be able to decide if it's for the and operator that will be used or the or operator that will be used. Right? Okay. Let's make some progress. So in this one, we're going to be using AdventureWorks 2022. We want to write a query that displays the order ID, order date, and total due from this table. And that's the table we're using right here. We want to retrieve only those rows where the order was placed during the month of June 2014. Right. And the total due exceeds this. So this is a mandatory condition. One is based on the order date. It must be June of 2014. And the second is on the total due, it must exceed $200. Now this point right here, we have to do a transformation on this condition. If I run this part, if you focus on order date, right, it has the year, month, day, and the time. Right, the time is defaulted to midnight 0012. So we have to spot this. This is a month of June. We can put this as a range and target a between operator. So let's look at the range of the month of June for the year 2014. This is it. It starts on this day and ends on this. So we've already transformed this concept as a range, and that's why we're going for the between operator. First day of the month of June for this is this 2014. That's it right there. And last date is going to be this one. So we've already addressed this part of the question. Orders that we place in the month of June of the year 2014. See that? And then second, we have the condition on total due. It should exit that. Last time we addressed this, you cannot put this dollar sign in front of that because the total due column does not contain dollar signs. Right? So you cannot put this dollar sign in front of it. Right? This is very important. That's the goal of exploring a table so that you know how to code them. See? And if I run this, put together, understand the role this and is playing, and understand the role this second and is playing. This and right here is tied to the between operator. It must have a start value and an end value. This and right here is to connect the first condition on the order date and the second condition on what total due. So that there should be no confusion on that. And if I run this, two mandatory conditions, if you check out this, you notice that all of these 9 rows returned, the order dates are in the month of June. Right, throughout, it's all month of June of the year 2014. Any day inside the month of June of 2014. All of this is met. Second, you notice that the total due are all greater than 200. All of them right here, they are greater than 200. Right, so the two conditions have been met. Right, this is really awesome. As we proceed in the training and you become more proficient in SQL, you will simply understand that we don't need to transform this into a range. We have the month of June. We just go to order date, put a month function, just like what we did for the year function. We can subject the month function on this and point it towards 6 because the month function returns numbers between 1 and 12. There are 12 months on the calendar. That's the first condition on the month of June. This is how you're going to code it. Second condition, which is also mandatory, will be on the year. So I'm just going to copy this and make sure I convert that to year. Right, year. This is how a professional will solve this question. The year should be what? 2014. So instead of transforming this into a range, what we did right here is first day of the month of June 2014, last day of the month of June 2014, and we use a range between operator. You can just go this, and we need an and right here. See, so I've transformed this into two conditions. One, isolating the month of June. Second, the year 2014. And the last, the condition on total due. So this right here will give us that same 9 rows we got earlier. Right? I don't want us to get ahead of the game. Let's knock this off. I'm just showing you a professional way to do this. So we should be able to do this as well. Understand how we move from month of June to transforming it as a range with the first day of the month of June 2014 being this and last day of the month of June 2014 being this. And then we continue with the condition on the total due. Right, these are transformations we do. Right, and it's all based on how the order date column is structured. This is very important. That's why you explore tables before you start building your analytical solutions or strategies to questions. This is very, very important. I cannot overemphasize this. You cannot be given data and you just start analyzing it without exploring it. Right. Is this understood? So this adjustment we did right here, I want you to understand this part. Right. I didn't bother to put the timestamp because it's defaulted to midnight. The system will just mimic the same. But originally we have a timestamp. We have the year, the month, the day, and the timestamp. See? But the way I coded it, I just ignore the timestamp because it's defaulted to midnight. So the system will also assume that it's the midnight configuration. So many examples, and the intention is for you to go over this, understand it, right? The real practice is on the hands-on experience. You have to, practice this out. It's a language, you have to use it over and over across multiple problems. Right? This is going to be an interesting problem. So let's change the query in question above so that only the dates from June 11 to June 13 of the same year, 2014, are retrieved. So that this is simply going to depend on how you can interpret this. If you look at June 11 all the way to June 13 of 2014 as a range, the start date being June 11 and the end date being June 13, then somebody who is reasoning out of that will look at this option. See? So every time you think of something from a range perspective with a start value and an end value, that is a between operator. Excellent. It will never fail you. Right? If you can spot a range in any concept you want, you're imposing a condition on it. That's it. It's a range. It will never fail you. It's a start value and as an end value. Very important. If I go to this, and the visualization also helps in that if I do order date, if I drag and put right here, the system will want to ask me, hey, do you want to get the relative date? That's basically that. Or I can say, hey, you know what? I want it as a, let me show you the range one. Let me put back order date. Range of dates. Next. See, relative dates where there's a start and there's an end. I can just adjust these bars. You see, it's very dynamic, and you see, adjust. Or I can make it range of date. I can make a start date where I just have to impose this, or I can make an end date. So there's a lot of possibilities. So it's the same kind of thing we have right here. When you spot a range of values from June 11 of 2014 to June 13 of 2014, that's a range. And that is how we interpret that. First interpretation is a range. We use the between operator. This is what June 11, which is this start date, and June 13. So it's a range. It's not just these two values that have been isolated. No. Starting from this all the way to this is a range. Inside here, we're going to have June 10, June 11, June 12 before we get to June 13. But in a range, you don't need to focus on the intermediates. You focus on the extremes. The starting point, the lower limit, and the upper limit. This is the lower limit or the start point, and this is the upper limit or the end point. That is the focus of a between operator. You just have to disclose the endpoints. It will now figure out everything in between. This is very important. Right, I will explain why I'm insisting on this. It's a popular interview question. What's the difference between and in? I will come back to that. You see, so there are three possible values right here. If I put this to this, you have to go through 11. The next is 12. The next is 13. With between operator, we don't need to specify 12 because the extremes are what 11 all the way to the 13. That's the range. Starting value, ending value. I hope this is understood. So that's the first way you're going to react to that. Right. Range of values from June 11 to June 13 of 2014. This is the between operator, nicely done. Second interpretation, from June 11 to June 13, how many days are there? There are 3. June 11 is service counted, June 12 and June 13. So this is me using the in operator, and I'm just listing the 3 dates. This is I don't like this. What if you have 50 dates? You're going to list them now. Just do the between, state the first date and state the end date, and just pick out the ones in between. So in the in environment, you have to list out the dates separately. If there are 1 million of them, you have to type them out 1 million times. In the between, just state the first, the opening or the start and the end. That's the power of the between operator. So in the in operator, you must state the values. If I drop this one, it will not be included. You see, but in the between, if I state this start, I just need to state the end, and it will figure out the ones in between. But in the in operator, you must list out the values. This list is fully respected. You must add it into the list if you want it to feature in the result. So this is in operator is not a range. This is very important. I've been to an interview and they've challenged me on this concept. What is the difference between the between operator and the in operator? The between operator addresses range of values. You must state the start value, the start of the range, and you must also state the end value. All is interested is to know the endpoints. Once you disclose the endpoint, start from here, end here, it will figure out everything in between. Right. In the in operator, you must list out all the values. It doesn't assume anything. What you list is what you get. You see that this is very, very important. So I can read this from a list environment. I know that in this range, we have June 11, we have June 12, and we have June 13. End of story. 3 possible dates. And in the in operator, I have to list out all the 3 dates separately. In the between operator, I state just the endpoints, start and end. And the system will factor in the ones in between. You see, very important. And the last option is a comparison operator, which is mimicking the between. So order date greater than or equal to the start date and order date less than or equal to the start date. And we are using parentheses to help the system execute these conditions in a better way. So all this is one set. So we put them in a set of parentheses and then we declare the next one. So parentheses are useful because they help the system to know how to the order in which those conditions has to be executed. Right. I'll show you an example where if you don't put the parentheses, you get a different result. You may get results that you did not intend, right, to generate. Right. So please take note, this question 10, I think I should stop here and give you a chance to explore them and understand this right here can be interpreted in 3 different ways. First, I see this is a range. I have a start value of 11, June 11 to June 13 of the same year. Perfect. I code it like this. Between operator, all I need is a start value and the end value. End of story. I can see this as 3 possible dates, June 11, June 12, and June 13. So I use my in operator and just list out the possible values right there. Alternatively, I can use my comparison operator. Instead of using between, I just use greater than or equal to the start date and less than or equal to the end date. Right. In fact, let me stop right here. I give you a moment to explore the 3 options for this question 10, and I'll be ready to answer your questions.
So I don't know questions that don't have solution that we can try on our own, so we see our own errors and difficulties. Because
I think
right now,
that's
if I've seen this question, even if I cancel it and do it again, I already know what the solution looks like, so it wouldn't be a problem. I'll not face no difficulties doing it. But if I've got a brand new question that the solution is not in, and I do it myself, then if I have an error, I feel like I'll develop errors and I'll learn from those errors, and I'll
excellent.
be able to ask you. Because right now, the solution is already in front of me, and there's not really much to do, just to execute and follow and explore it. So I would rather prefer a question without solution than try to do it on my own, so I can see my own errors and my own difficulties where I'm stuck and present to you.
Okay, that's a good point. So I'm going to take you to the lab session. That's the rule of the lab session I have. Let me show you what we're going to have for the lab session. We can try out a couple of questions. You have a lot of questions to solve in the lab, in lab 2. So let me take you to week 2 lab. And this, believe me, these are all questions you're going to solve in the lab. So let me just launch one of them. Let me launch this one. You don't have a copy yet. Let me just launch this, and I can copy the equation and share. Right. Okay, you have the inventory database here. I'm just going to take one of the questions on this, so we can explore. Let me see if I can go all the way to the bottom. This particular question project, there are 33 exercises. Yeah. So let me. I'm just gonna pick a couple at random. Let me go all the way to the bottom. So you make a very valid point. And yes, we have so many questions that you're gonna do in the lab session. In order for me to just test your understanding so far, I will just go ahead and pick up a question. So right now I'm trying to limit myself to just the questions that we've covered. So let me read out this one. From the following table, write a query to find the details of 1970 Nobel Prize winners. Order the results. We haven't talked about the order by. Yes, let's item as, yeah, let's check out this. I'm going to copy this question. So I'll modify it. You use the inventory database. I'm going to put a new query window. Just push this out. So this is a question right here. You will use the item mass table. So let me modify the question so that I can make it more descriptive. So you will be use inventory database. First thing, I'm going to put the database, use inventory. So once you know what to do, you will just connect to inventory database. Let me transform this into equation, right? So use inventory database as the first thing. And then next, you will use the item mass table. Please, if you go to the inventory database, make sure you have the item mass table. I think it should be available. Use item mass table, right? So those are the two disclosures right there. And then now you're going to write a SQL query to select a range of products whose price is in this, whose price is in the range this to this. Begin and end values are included, and these are the columns to be returned. And I'm going to stop right here. I will send this out, and I want you to start working. I'll put a couple of them more. First question, this is question one. These are just test question. So yeah, it is important. Just use this and just challenge yourself and see. Right. So first question, this is it. So while you're working on this, I'll pull up other questions. I don't just want us to rush over this. So Lane, that's a valid point. I'm happy you brought that up. So question, yeah, we'll share this. Please go to the chat window, copy that. Just copy the entire question, paste it on a new query window, and start working. So while you're working, I will be going over this and selecting more questions. If you have any challenge, just let me know. Right, I will be acting now like the project owner or your manager, and if you have any questions you can about the question, you can feel free to ask so we can take a look at it.
I was still trying to copy the questions, but I didn't get it all
No,
from
I've
the
pasted
screen.
it in the chat window. Go to meeting chat window.
Oh,
You just copy
okay,
it.
okay.
Yeah, there's no need to type. Copy, paste it on a new query window. I just pasted question 2 in the chat window.
This item must table. I don't have the database here. We meant to download it before, or
Sorry,
on the first question.
do you have the inventory database?
Yeah, I've got the inventory database.
Can you check if you have item mass?
I don't have item mass table. I will look if
Okay, you have to delete. It looks like you delete. You have to delete that inventory database. So right click on inventory and delete, and then you have to go to yesterday's folder and open the inventory database you have from yesterday, and then you execute it. So first delete the inventory database you currently have,
okay.
and then open the inventory database from yesterday's folder and execute. So please go ahead and check your inventory. If you don't have item mass and Nobel, those are the two data tables I added. You have to delete the one you currently have. So if you check your inventory, go to tables and you find Nobel and item mass, it means you have the updated copy. Nobel and item mass is an updated. If you don't have these two tables, delete the one you currently have. Right. Make sure before you delete, you have to disconnect any of the editors that are using inventory. Right. You have to change the databases.
I've done the bad. If the database is not even come, the inventory database, I've refreshed and refreshed. It's not. I don't know. I'm not seeing it on my.
Okay, I'm going to share your screen.
Okay.
Okay, can you open the file, the inventory database file? So go to click on that, click on that icon. Then it should be to the one, click on open. Yes, and then go ahead and execute.
I did this before, so
We did this already, so it shows that there's already an
yeah.
object called this. Yeah, so click on close the file.
Yeah.
You know what? Can you click on the server or database folder, any of them, before you refresh?
Sorry, so like the database folder.
Yeah, you have to click. Yeah, you have to click on that. Yeah, and then refresh. You see that the database folder is blue. Now, when you click on refresh, it is refreshing what is blue. So blue means
Oh,
you've selected it. Yeah, this is very important. It looks like you just click on refresh without highlighting what you want to refresh. So now click on the
okay.
refresh button. It will refresh the databases folder, and you should be able to. I
Okay.
want you to delete this inventory, because when you run the script, it will still runs. It will still insert some data. You have to just run it once. This is messed up. Just right click and delete, and then we're gonna open the script and just right click and delete. So always remember to run a database script once. Although it had
So
that, yeah, so
I should
close
close
that.
existing connections as well.
Excellent. Yeah, and then click on OK. And just wait for it to, yeah. Now it has been deleted. Open that inventory database file again.
This one.
This one, yeah. Excellent. Now click on execute. Okay, now it's fine. Close the script. And then go now, click on database, refresh. Yes, now let's go explore.
It's still coming, just one.
Yes, inventory is the same name. Yeah. Now the difference will be the content. You have the same name. Go to tables. Now you should see item mass and Nobel. Yes. This is now the
okay.
So you're all good. Yeah, excellent.
Okay. All right,
Okay,
thank you.
fine. Oh, excellent. Yeah, let me go back to my screen. Okay, so I've shared 3 questions on the chat window. I'm just going to pause and give you time to work on those. Are we done with the first question?
I'm done with the first two. About to comment on the third.
Yeah, I want us to stop and go over the first two. So, Alex, I'm going to share your screen so you can present the first one. I just want to let's review one together, and then you can adjust your strategy on working on the second and third.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay, Alex, let me share your screen. So please use this as an opportunity to ask questions. If you had any challenges, right, or you address the question in a different way, I think this gives us an ability to bounce those ideas and understand the concept better. Okay, so yeah, go ahead and present your findings. Alex, it looks like you're muted.
Can you guys get me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, let's see. We were here. Okay. Um, okay, then the first question was to write a SQL query to select a range of products whose price is in the range of 200 to 600. Begin and end values are included, and we're supposed to return these 4 columns. So the first thing I did was, of course, to connect to the right database, which is inventory. Then from there on, I just like select star like to get the whole content of the table. Let's see. But of course, before doing all that, I had to like just go through and check like the content of the table, like to check the columns and yeah, check to make sure that I know like the specific like how the columns are like named in the table. So from there on, I ran on and wrote select star from, and the table requested to use was the item mast. So I used select star from dbo.item mast, and I knew it was DBO since I went back to the database and I clicked on inventory. And when you go a bit down, then you find the schema is DBO, so it's dbo.item mast. Then from there on, since we are supposed to choose, let's see, return the price range, which is between 200 and 600. Then I use the where pro price, which is the column was like that was supposed to use a range on. Then I use the between 200 and 600. And the reasoning of me using between is because they say both end and start values has to be included. So when you use between, it returns both the end and the start value of both the starting and the ending range. So if you execute this, then you'll get this. So that was my thinking. Then again, I went ahead and did with the logical operators to see if I'll get the same result, which I did. So both, I can run the both of them at the same time, then we'll see. So yeah, so I got 5 columns in each, and the results are pretty much the same from what I can tell. So I guess that's it.
Yeah, that's
That was
excellent. Yeah.
my thinking process. That's what I thought while doing the exercise.
Yeah, I like this. This is excellent. And just conclude by removing the asterisk and just list out the specific columns that were specified. But
Okay,
that's not
let's see.
really crucial. So the most important part is getting the word clause correct. And I'm happy you
Okay.
we demonstrated the two possibilities using the between operator and then also using the comparison operator. Yeah.
Just to add in, because the reason I left the asterisk is because if you run just let me if I do just select, just to show you the select stuff from BBO dot item mask. So if I run just this, like the columns that were listed that we're supposed to include is basically the whole table. So that's the reason I just left the asterisk.
The
The
asterisk.
asterisk
Okay.
sinks,
Yeah.
yeah, it's more or less the same content. So
Right.
rather than me having to type everything, so I just kept it synced to do basically the same amount of columns that we're supposed to return. So
Excellent.
yeah,
Now let me show you something. Can you delete the asterisk? Just where your
yeah,
cursor is blinking, delete, and then go to the columns folder and just drag the folder. So when you drag the folder,
let's see.
columns, where it says columns, and just drag to that, it automatically brings up. Is it the correct table? No, that's not the correct one. If you go to the
Oh,
delete
I
that,
drew it.
yeah. So if you go to the correct table which you're dealing with, is item mass.
Item mask.
Yes, and then just drag the columns folder of item mass table. Yeah, so that's an easy way to get rid of the asterisk, and then you just populate the table, the column names without typing anything. Right.
True, true. Yeah.
Excellent. I like this. Yeah. Okay, I'll give you the order some time to work. Anyway, before I leave your screen, anybody has a different approach to solving this question? I'm happy that Alex presented the two ways, either the between operator or the comparison operator, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. Those are the two strategies to solve this particular question. I don't think there's any other way you can solve this question without exploring the two options he has provided or presented. I would like to hear from the others. Are we okay with this? Anybody had something different? I would really want to know the thought process of that different approach.
I'm good. I'm good for
Okay.
question one.
Okay. So I'm going to come back to my screen and then I'll give you guys the opportunity to go ahead and complete 2 and 3. So let's work on question 2 and then we also work on question 3. You know what? Let's all work on question 2 and then we solve it, and then before we move to question 3. I think that would be better. So I can set the timer. I'm going to give 5 minutes for question 2. I think 5 minutes is generous enough. So let's do 5 minutes on question 2.
I'm sorry, from the question 3, the real database, where was it created from? Because when I didn't create it yesterday, so I don't have the tables with me from real estate database on question 3.
Okay, the real estate database, it was created yesterday. Okay, let me share your screen.
Okay.
Yes, Lane, I'm going to share your screen. Anybody who was not yet done that can just follow through. So Lane, the first thing you do is you create a database called real estate.
Yeah, I created a database called so
Can you show me real estate?
this is it, yeah.
Okay,
It's created already.
yeah, and then you have to right click on it, and
Okay.
we're gonna go to task,
Yeah.
and you see import data towards the bottom. Import data.
This
So
one.
yeah, that one. Click on that. We're gonna get. Okay, click on next. Under data source, you're gonna click on the drop down arrow and select Microsoft Excel. Microsoft Excel, right there. Yeah,
This one.
yeah, Microsoft Excel. Yeah, and then you're gonna click on browse, and it take us to your yesterday folder, week 2, day 1. I hope you have that. Week 2, day 1. Yeah, this
Yeah.
one. Melbourne housing market, exactly. Click on open and click on next. Just click on next. Oh, no, not next, sorry. You have to select the destination. So
Destination.
it should be all the way to the bottom. I think it's Microsoft OLEDB provider for SQL Server. Yes, this
This
one.
one.
Microsoft OLEDB provider for SQL Server. Excellent. Now click on next. Click on next. Yes, and you click on next. Click on next. Okay, you are ready now to finish the process. Click on finish. I think all is
Done.
good, right? You can now close this window. Yes, and then I want you to refresh. Click on the refresh button. Yeah, it's going to refresh real estate. And now go to the tables folder. On
Yeah,
the
I
tables
think
folder, you
the
should be
table
able to
came.
see. Yeah, I want you to
Yeah.
rename that. Can you right click? Let's right click and then go to rename. The first thing I want you to do, can you delete Melbourne? So delete Melbourne, even the string right there. Delete that one, the string. Yes, and then delete the space in front of housing. There's a space in front of H. Yes, and then combine housing and market into one word, no space. And then delete the $ and the string. So the name of the table will simply be housing market. Excellent. Click on enter. So that's why the question says use the housing market table. Yeah.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
I will stay on your screen. Did you finish question 2?
No, no.
Question 2 was the one above. Not this is question 3. Question 2 is this
Yeah,
one here.
this is question 2. Yeah, this is
Yeah.
question 2.
I'll stay on your screen. Let's take a look at this one together. So yeah, just explain what you did. Let's take a look and see if the logic is
I wasn't done yet, but the question says, write is an SQL query to find the Nobel Prize winners in the field of physics since 1950, and she's Victor winner and subject.
subject.
So
Excellent.
what I did first was to identify the tables to see what tables we're working with.
Okay. Yeah.
So I have to. Why is it not going?
Just click on execute.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
but the yes and no. I need. Oh, sorry. I need. Uh, yeah, to find out what they do, I need to use the asterisk so I can see everything.
Okay, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
so yeah, I get it. Awesome, yeah.
So I'm trying to try that they said physics since 1950. So well, the way I was thinking, I thought I had to lower because when they say write SQL to find Nobel Prize winners since 1950. Well, the way I thought it was from 1950 and above, like greater than equals to 1950.
Right.
But I didn't finish it because I was stuck when I run this to see what it will give. Oh, sorry.
Can you click on the back button when you just go to the back button. You've done something. It's a back, yeah, the
Yeah,
blue one. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, and then, yeah, now you're back on that. Yeah. So yes, you have the first condition correct. So the no that
But when
condition is it should that 1950 was that? Is that a can you classify that in terms of a column?
oh, sorry. 1950. That's the year. So
Excellent, is a year. So your condition should be where year greater than or equal to 9. I think that's where you had that issue. So you use
uh,
winner, yeah, instead of year. Yeah. So now it should be year. Excellent. And that is the first condition has been met. If you run that, you get the first condition successfully imposed. I'm happy you understood the fact that since 1950 will mean greater than or equal to 1950. That's excellent. I like that. And then now you can bring in the second condition, which is what? Can you state the second condition?
return winner and subject.
No, those are just the columns we return. Go back to the question and read it again. You see there's a second condition in that question.
Write an SQL to find the Nobel Prize winner of physics since 1950.
So
Yeah, I
you
have
see,
to also, yeah, the second condition to find the winner of physics, the subject physics in particular.
excellent. Yeah. So I want you to build that second condition. Now we know the name of the column will be what? So physics is a value that can be found in what? In the subject column.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a mandatory condition, so you're going to use a and to connect the two. So you're going to type and then you build in the second condition. Excellent. So you see physics, based on your table, physics is a value that can be traced to the subject table. The subject column. And that's why we're using, no, you cannot type physics. Subject equal physics. So the subject is the column and the value is physics. So it's always column equal value. Subject equal physics. Excellent.
In the physics, I do have to put in column with
The
a
string, yeah, in that string
the
environment,
string.
it's a text, it's a word. You can just always go and copy. Anyway, maybe you're fast in typing, that's fine. You're fast in typing. I'm very lazy. I just usually copy the value from the table and just paste it. But that's fine, you're good. And now if you execute that, you've you know implemented the two conditions. And if you look at the subject, you see everything is physics. And then if you go now to the year, you see that everything in that year column is greater than or equal
19,
to 1950.
1950.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those are two mandatory columns. Two mandatory conditions that have been met. I'm really impressed with this. This is excellent. Right. And all what you need now is just practice more of these questions over and over and over, and you get the full picture. So the question will always tell you the value. For example, physics is a value. You just have to look at the table and say which column is hosting the value physics, the subject. So the condition is always column equal value, subject equal physics. Excellent. The next one is what? 1950 is a value. What column is hosting that value 1950? So they're not going to tell you all those details, but when you read, explore the table, you're putting together those facts so that you can now build a nice and concise strategy to solve the question. Right? And this concept is very important. Reading the business requirement, understand it, and then implement the programming behind it. Fantastic. I like that. Yeah. Okay. I think any other person had a different outcome from this. The trick was the since 1950. I'm happy you were able to understand that it's greater than or equal to 1950. That's excellent. The other one is easy to spot. Subject equal to physics. Did anyone have a different strategy on this? Okay, so let's all go to the last one, the third question. And how many minutes can I give for the third question? Let's go for like 6 minutes on the third question. Let me set the time for 6 minutes on the third question.
Usually estimate potential by hard identity. Okay.
It's still in the field of physics.
Wow.
A copy. No copy.
Somebody is looking for a home with the following located in Port Melbourne, Sunshine. Now, wow, it's complex. Between 2000 and
When I'm going to sleep, the phone will just shut it.
okay.
Most of those things I don't even have here. I
Wow.
need to download. The phone will just shut you, know I'm charging.
My second close to this thing.
Okay.
My table.
Close your press X.
Mm.
We're done again now. Yes. It's the same.
Okay, do we need more time or are we good with the third question? Anybody has a solution to present for question 3?
I've got a question. Is it possible to have two where conditions in one statement? Like for example, if you put like select from on the first condition, you put where, then you create another second to put another where in the same solution. Is it okay to run it like that? To run it like choose to separate it two different,
No.
because
So
the question has the question has it has two conditions. The first one is 2 or 3 car garages, and now also to put to build the year, which is between 2000 and 2020.
yeah. So that's the
So
yeah, I
yeah, go
understand
on,
your
sir.
question. That's the focus of today, right? So if you have multiple conditions, what do you use to link them up? You cannot
Let's
put
link them up.
multiple where. You cannot put multiple where clause on your query. I think that's the question you're asking. Only one. Multiple conditions, you have to figure out a way to connect the conditions. If you look at all the examples we've done, I cannot put another where clause right here to address this. I think this is the question you're asking. No, you cannot do this. You see that? So one where clause carries all your conditions. If there are multiple, you can now use an or to link them up. I don't know if does that clarify your question?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Maybe I let me put in maybe 3 more minutes for. Or let's do another 5 minutes. I really want you guys to come up with something for that question so that we can take a look. All right, I'm going to give you 5 more minutes on that question 3. Work out a way to identify all those conditions and link them up. All right. I'm happy that question came up. You cannot put multiple where clause in the same query. All right. We're going to see that in subqueries, that's something completely different. But if you're staying within one query, you must only have one where clause. You can list multiple conditions inside that where clause and link them up just like what we've been doing, and or as the need arises or based on the business requirement. So that's a very good question. All right, so I'm going to wait for the time to elapse again. Okay, anyone has a solution to share?
I have, if I can share mine.
Okay. So this is something I just made up. I haven't tried it myself, but let's see. But it's easy. The conditions are right there. It's just to follow through with them. Okay, Alex, take us through what you did. Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Can you guys get me?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So let's start off. So the question was to, let's see, a potential buyer is looking for a home with the following criteria. It's located in Port Melbourne, Sunshine North, Glenroy, and Flemington suburbs. And the other criteria was it has to have, the car garage has to fit 2 or 3 cars, and it has to be built between 2000 and 2020. So the question was to write a query to generate a list of homes for the buyer, and it has to return the following columns as listed below. So let's get into it. So the first thing is to connect the correct database, which is the real estate database, and from there on we will then connect to the right table, which is the dbo.housing market. And when that is in place, we will then list the various columns which we are supposed to return. And my thinking here was actually I have two solutions, but my first thought was to use the in, since we're trying to let's see what's the definition of in again. Yeah, because more or less like we're supposed to like meet all these criteria. It has to be located in these 4 areas. So the easiest option was to use the in, so you can easily like meet all those criteria at once. And then the second criteria was that the garage has to be able to fit 2 or 3 cars. Therefore, I use the between function, which is stated here, which is car has to be between 2 and 3. And finally, we have the year built, that they have to be between 2000 and 2020, which is therefore why I have the last function, which says year built between 2000 and 2020. So if we then run this, the correct database, yeah, we will then get a list consisting of 54 rows. And if you kind of like just go through all of them, you'll see like when you come when the suburbs, it's all the 4 suburbs which we're supposed to, yeah, the houses we're supposed to be located in. So if you can just like go through, you see it's Port Melbourne, Sunshine North, Glenroy, and if you go further down, you see it's the same. So it's only those 4 suburbs that are included in this output. Then the next point is to check the car column, and also one of the criteria was that it has to fit between 2 and 3 cars. So if you go through the cars as well, you see all the rows have 2 or 3 and nothing less or nothing more. And finally, we have the year built, which was between 2000 and 2020. And if you check the year built column, you'll see that all rows are between 2000 and 2020, and none before 2000 or after 2020.
Man, this is excellent.
And there we go. And that was the first option. Then the second my second solution was like it's basically the same, only that I've used like the logical operators for both the car and the year built, and also that would give you the same result.
Excellent.
And also it has 54 rows. So yep.
Okay. Anybody has a question for? I have one question for Alex, but I want you guys to go ahead and ask your own first. Anybody has a question for Alex? Anybody has something different from what Alex has presented? Okay, I have one question for Alex. If you execute the output, you not see the Flemington subbot. There's a reason why I see it in your
Well,
query.
let's see.
I want you to go ahead and
Okay,
execute the
let's.
first one. And then if you go through your subops on the subops column, you will not be able to see Flemington. But when you explore the original table without any conditions, you will see Flemington. Can you just run the select from without the where clause?
Or maybe it does. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, this one. Just run that. Or better still, you can do. Can you do select distinct from?
Okay.
Select
Select this
distinct suburb. Yeah, I want you to notice something. Select distinct, then just put suburb, and it just gives you the specific distinct list of suburbs that are available. And you're gonna see Flemington is one of them. And usually that's why we need an order by, but we're gonna get to that. Just put order by suburbs you see in alphabetical order.
There you go.
Yeah, it's right there. Now you see how it's specified in the data set, Flemington. Go to your
Yeah.
query, see what it did. There's a reason why it's not showing up in your query. See what it did in Flemington.
Oh.
Yes, I'm happy you spotted that. Excellent. Yeah. Now, if you run that, it will show up. You will move from 54 rows you had to like
57.
57. Excellent. And now Flemington is showing up.
Yeah.
Excellent.
That was a typo. That was a typing
I
error.
like it. This is excellent, man. I'm happy you're able to, accurately capture the logic behind those three conditions and implement them. Right. And this thing just needs practice. Right. I don't want anybody to be scared about this
But
thing.
then
Just practice, practice, practice.
I have a question because I tried using the multiple ors, but that doesn't seem to work. I don't know if it's possible to use that here as well.
So yeah, if you want to use multiple ors, okay, fix that Flemington suburbs.
Oh.
Fix that one, and
When I run it,
highly, yeah, okay, run that. Let's see.
you can see the car column has like it's showing the wrong value. So
Yes, so this is where parentheses come in to help.
oh.
So on the suburbs condition, I want you to enclose suburbs all into parentheses so that the system knows that the suburbs you see right there, they should be run together. So no, go to the beginning. No, not that one. Go to the beginning of suburbs after the where clause where, and then you put yeah.
Like
So
this?
yes, right there, and then go to the end of suburbs, Flemington. At the end of Flemington,
Okay, yeah.
right there. Yes. So that the system knows that condition will be run as a unit. And then it's going to bring in now the car and the year built as another set.
Okay.
This is a good example to highlight the importance of parentheses. See that now you're hitting your target. Excellent. I like this.
Yeah.
Please, can you share that query? Can you share the query on the chat window so that everyone can benefit from it? Excellent, man. I like this. This is awesome. All right. I'm just going to save this right here. Yeah, so please copy the solution on the chat window for this question 3. All right. And after, for those who had difficulties in achieving that, you can practice this after the session. All right, so this is class questions. All right. Day 2 right here. I'm gonna save that. Okay. And if we go back to what we're doing, and just to emphasize again on that, when you have multiple values you're searching, use the parentheses in operator, or you can use a multiple ors like what Alex did. And then you see the use of parentheses. See, this is one set of conditions that should be implemented together. See, I tried to put parentheses to guide it. Sometimes if you remove the parentheses, you're going to get a different result because the system will want to, solve it in some different approach, especially when you're mixing and or together. Parentheses is mandatory. If you're all putting and throughout, you don't really need a parenthesis because all of them are mandatory conditions. So if I bundle this and execute, it's not really a big deal, you see. But the moment you start having maybe an or right here, it's really, really going to be tricky. Or you mix another or right here, see. All right, so always remember that when you're mixing and or in the same select statement, in the where clause, please, you have to step in and guide the system on how to execute that. If not, the system will bundle them in any order and execute, and you have an error, right? Or not an error, but you generate a different outcome, which is not what you intended to have. Okay, let's see this question. Write a query displaying the sales orders where the total due exceeds this. One of the important things you gain from this, especially when you start exploring this document, every session I'll be bringing this document, those questions, that PDF document, this one, right, SQL questions and answers, the PDF document that has the questions and right below you have the answers. It helps you to understand, to know how to read a business requirement and know exactly what to do. This is a very important skill set of a data analyst. Being able to read a business requirement, understand it, and then code it. Right. This is very important. And that's one very vital skill set I want us to have in class as we're building this. Right. So that when you go over this, you can now, target those lab questions and solve them. It's very important. Right. For example, this condition right here, this is it being identified. Total due exceeds $1,000. This is it right here. Now, retrieve only those rows where the salesperson ID is this or the territory ID is this. I will challenge you guys on something. Let me copy this and put it like this. I'm going to do an adjustment right here where salesperson ID in. Now, this is me challenging you on the ability to read through a requirement, understand it, and code it appropriately. Somebody tell me the difference between this and this. I have two conditions. This number is tied to what? Salesperson ID. This number right here is tied to what? Territory ID. You cannot take 2, 7, 9, and 6 and put them in the same list. Things that you put on the same list are things that can be traced to the same column. This is very important. The in operator gives you a list of values tied to the same column. You cannot just see some and you just put them in a list environment. No. This 279 is a salesperson ID. This is very important. That's why you see right here, salesperson ID equal 279. This is separated out. Or territory ID equal to 6. This is very important. Or is right here. Or territory ID equal to 6. If you do this, the system will interpret 279 and 6 as what? Salesperson ID. This result will be completely different. See, in this one, I'm having 336. In this result right here, I'm having something different, 1,000. And you see, this is a huge difference. So this is very important, the ability to read a business requirement and understand it. So I'm just going to dismiss this one so that I don't confuse you. But now you've learned something very powerful. The in operator, when you list values right here, all the values you've listed right here, they are being tied to a particular column. You cannot list values across multiple columns in the in operator. This is very important. So 6 right here is meant to be a territory ID from the question, but you've added 6 in a list and you've tied it to the salesperson ID. This is wrong. So this is dismissed, and I want you to understand that, right? And this is that example I was mentioning. The temptation when you have and or operators in the same where clause, please always use parentheses to bundle things that are supposed to be executed together. So there's a mandatory condition right here, non-negotiable. The total due must be more than 1,000. And you either have a salesperson ID, which is 279, or you have a territory ID, which is 6. So the flexibility is on this. This one is non-negotiable. If you remove this, let me copy this and put it below. And you're gonna see sometimes you have different results. We all know from basic arithmetic that parentheses, anything that is specified in parentheses, in terms of operation, is executed first. So the system will first of all process this, and then I'll go and add this as an extra condition. But then if you remove the parentheses, this is dangerous. The system can put these two together. Total due greater than 1,000 and salesperson ID this. So it has forced these two to be executed together. And then it now brings this as an optional criterion. And usually this will give you a different result. You see, this is exactly what I was talking about, 4,403 rows. But this is the original or the intended way you were supposed to code it. And see what we get. It's a huge difference. You've actually misled the business. It's a huge difference. 1,000 and something rows compared to 4,000 and something rows. That's a huge difference. So this is a very dangerous thing you have to understand as a data analyst. When you're found in a situation where you're mixing and or in the same where clause, you have to watch out. If everything is you're good. If I switch this to I go here and switch this to we're good. The parentheses will not, you see, they're all mandatory conditions. You see, nothing qualifies on that. Condition is just too strict that nothing qualified. If I run this one without the parentheses, same thing. So watch out when you have and or in the same where clause, you have to be very careful. Things that are supposed to be executed together, put them together. And that's the same scenario Alex presented to us. You see, the parenthesis is very important when you are mixing and or. So this goes together. Salesperson ID 279 or territory ID this, but this is a mandatory condition that must be met. The total due should be, if I run this, every row that is displayed right here, the total due is great. This condition is met. And if you read the way this business requirement was framed, see, they stated this one, and then it went further to bring in the next one. See, so this is very important. Let me go ahead and dismiss this one. Right now, you understand the impact, the role that parentheses have to play when you have and or mixed together on a where clause. This is very, very important. Any question on this? So when you're practicing this at home, dismiss this and this, run it and see a different result. And then put it back and see a different result. It tells you here something is. And from experience, I will just call your attention to this. And or mixed together in the same condition, same where clause, you have to watch out. You have to step in and guide the system how to execute that. It's clear the system can take this and this together and run it, and then run this separate. See, but then with the parentheses, you're saying, hey, put these two together, and then bring this one next. See, right? So it's a huge difference, huge impact on the result. This is very, very important. Okay, I think we've wasted a lot of time on this, and this is a continuation. Change the querying question, the question above, so that we add territory. We're just dealing with one territory, 6. You want to add another territory. You see, we are switching. You cannot come here and put a comma, you put 4. No, you cannot expose a list of values to the equality. Equality only takes one value at a time. So once you see that change, as a smart data analyst, you know, okay, we are moving from the equality to the in. So I switch territory ID in 6 and then 4. That's the new ID we've added. This is very important. Equality is searching. This is an exact search. You're searching for one value at a time. right? If you're searching for multiple values tied to the same column, 6 and 4 are both territory IDs. So that's why I put territory ID in 6, 4 is a list. That's a list environment. This is excellent. And that's all you just need to know. And you practice this over and over, you become an expert. Are we okay? You will find these things very, very interesting. Right. Let's just go ahead and take the next segment, which is the is-null. This is also simple. If I take you back to the business, the objective, we are right here, is-null. Right. Let me just go over this. Right. So in SQL, null is used as a placeholder or symbol for missing data. Some people just call it unknown. It's missing data, unknown, missing or unknown data, unknown information. Right. So you cannot put where column equal to null. You cannot use equality to find nulls. No, you have to use the is null. So it's a special operator only for missing data. I'll give you an example right here. So the is null operator is used to test for missing data in a given column. Just put the name of the column is null. Never you do name of column equal to null, because null is not a value. These comparison operators, all of them, they work on values, actual values, numbers or strings or actual data. Null is not a value. It is a symbol that is used to represent missing information. So let's take a look at this example. Write a query that displays product ID, product name, color, columns from this, and they want you to display what? Only those rows where no color has been assigned. Products with missing color, products with unknown color. You can call it, you see. Please take note, you cannot do where color equal null. If I run this, I will see, you can see that, you see, this product has no color. The color is undefined, it's not known, it's missing. So SQL uses this symbol to represent missing information. So you cannot test for this symbol by putting equality. Equality is only for values, real data. This is not data. This is you have to understand why the system had to build a special operator specifically for that target. Right. So this is a huge mistake. You should never do this as a data analyst. If I run this, I'm simply wasting my time. You see that? But we know that there are nulls on the color column. Why is it that when I put color equal null, I get nothing? You see, because I'm using the wrong operator to test for that. So null is not a value. Null is a symbol. And that symbol is representing missing information, unknown information. So the accurate way to test for it is to put is null. That is the operator. So this will give me all products that have missing color. That's the meaning right here, where color is null. So when I run this, I get that. And if you look at this list, there are a total of 248 products with missing color. And your manager has to react to this. Hey, what's going on? You see, this investigation has triggered something. We have 248 products with no defined color. You see, this is very, very important. So one powerful thing you pick up from today, all those comparison operators, equality greater than, you cannot use them with null, because null is not a value. Null is a placeholder. It is a symbol that is used to represent missing information, unknown information. So there's a special way to test for them, and it's done through the is null operator used to test for the presence of null values. We just put null values, but it is not actually a value, it's a symbol which is representing missing information. So the correct way to do is null. And only products with missing are displayed right here. Total of 248. Right. Any question on this? Very powerful right here. You see this? If you take a look at the next one, we're looking at the movies database, and we want to, so you've been asked to generate a report containing only films with missing budget. The same thing, films that have no budget documented on file. Yes, that's what your project manager is interested in. So let's generate a report to show all the films that have missing budget. They're interested to see the film ID, film name, and film budget, just 3 columns. This is the general exploration of that table without the where clause, you see. And if I scroll down, I'm going to spot, you see, this no budget. This is the film budget column. So there are 3 films that have no film budget on file, missing information on the film budget column. And this is how you're going to test for those 3. This condition will now only limit it to those films that have no budget, right? Missing data on the budget column. And if I run this, this is what we get. Those 3 we saw. Null, null, null. Null represent missing information. We don't know the budget. So we use null as a symbol to represent that. So to test for that, we use the is null operator. Very, very interesting. Right. Let's expand this concept a little further. Right, we are back to that color stuff. And we want to not just explore the color, we want to also explore size. So your manager wants to know the products that are missing in both color and size. And this is a mandatory condition. So display only those rows in which color and size are both missing. Mandatory, both. So the color is missing, the size is missing. That's how we have to code it. Color is null and size is null. You run this, and you can clearly see you cannot miss this. Right, there are 248, and they are both missing across those 2 columns of interest, color and size. You cannot miss this. Right, this is really, really interesting. I want you to get to a point where when you feel bored, you just study some SQL, solve some SQL question. You're gonna feel happy. You see that? Programming is really, really good, right? And this is basically what we do in companies. Analyze the data, make sense out of it, build visuals, present it to them, and that's it. This is really, really cool, right? Learning a database language, right? Data is being collected every single day, every single hour data is being collected. As we're speaking right now, people are buying items on Amazon, on websites, that's data being collected. Somebody has to sit somewhere and analyze that, you see? So this is a very vital skill set you're learning. Right. So question 4, you've been asked to investigate and generate a report containing only films with missing data across several columns. Of course, they're going to list the columns to investigate for missingness. You see, using the table, this is right, the select statement that lists film ID, film name, film release date, film runtime, film budget, film Oscar nominations, and Oscar wins for all films with missing data across the following columns. So this is all mandatory. You have to test missingness across all these columns, and it's mandatory. You see, this is it. This is the where clause. We are stating each of those columns is null, and is null, and you see, all the columns needs to be exhausted. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And this is it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The most important thing is how we connect them together. An operator, because all of them is mandatory. You must be missing data on this column, also on this one, also on this one, also on this one. And if you run the output, you see it for yourself. Right. This is it. Only one film. How many films do we have in this database? If I run this part only without the where clause, you get there are 261 films. And the one that is missing across everything is the one all the way at the bottom. Is missing on what? Film release date, film runtime, budget, nominations, and wins. See, no throughout. Run this and see. Very, very interesting. See that? So there's one film that is missing data across multiple columns, and these are the 5 columns we've tested. Right. I want you to go back home, read this all over, dismiss this query. Lionel is not happy when he sees queries like this. Dismiss them and build your own copy. That's an excellent way to learn. That's how you know somebody is really eager to learn and do things on their own, become independent, right? So when you're reading, you can make another copy of this SQL script and dismiss all the solutions and start solving them on your own, and then compare the solution you get with what is on the original copy. And that's how you learn. You see that? So please don't just feel comfortable tonight or when you're studying and just look at this, execute, read the question, execute. No. Challenge yourself, dismiss this solution, type your own, and then compare it with the original copy and see what you had right, what you had wrong, and do this over and over, and that's how you become an expert. That would be my best advice. Right? That's the real learning taking place. Are we okay? Yeah. So I would very much encourage you guys to do that. And this brings me to the next concept. Not somebody talked about not today. The negation. We've seen exclamation to negate comparison operators, but how do you negate all these other logical operators? We've talked about between, not between. We talked about in, not in. Is null, is not null. You see? So the not is what we use. Not is used to as a negation for logical operators. What is a negation for comparison operators is the exclamation. What is the negation for logical operators is a not operator. So between, negation, not between. In, negation, not in. Like, we're going to see this after. Right? So let's take a couple of examples. So is not null is the negation for is null. Right? Somebody told me, why don't we just put not is null? That would have been interesting. Not is null. Right? It's not done like that. It is not null. Right? So just take note of that. The other ones, we actually put the negation in front of the operator we want to negate. But for the is null, we put is not null. We don't do not is null. Right? So I don't know why they did that, but it actually sounds good. It's not null. Right? This should be this. Right? Now let's take a couple of examples. Right. So last time we saw the same question where we were looking at this range. Now we're interested to look at the list price not in this range. See, this is a range between this and this. Not in that range would be what? Not between. That's it. Right. So if I drop this, I'm looking at the positive range as specified. That's not what the question wanted. So we have 22. We are actually looking for every other thing that is not in that 22 list. So kick it out. We do not between. That's a negation. And if I run this, see what we get. See? And all these list price listed are not in that range. You can investigate them, a couple of rows. That's how you learn also. Right? And this one, I think we've solved this question last time where we looked at the customers from these 3 West African countries. Now this one, we are negating it. Customers that are not in these 3 West African countries, as long as you're looking at 3 or more values, list of values tied to the same column, is the in operator. So how do you negate the in operator? Not in. So if I remove this, it's similar to what we did yesterday. We investigated the customers in these 3 West African countries, execute, you see all the lists. If you go to country, it's either going to be Nigeria, Ghana, or Cameroon. If you put the negation, which is what, not in, you will not see Nigeria, Ghana, or Cameroon in the list. You see every other country except these 3, not in. And again, you see that there. You see, you're seeing every other country except those 3 we kicked out. See that? All right, this is excellent. So these negations are something that you have to and understand. Now let's look at the negation for the not, for the is null. And again, understand the business requirement. Display only those rows in which color and size are both not missing. It's the opposite of the equation we just did. Color and size are both missing. That's is null on the 2. Color and size are both not missing. That's they have actual data. So you have to put is not null And the next one, size is not null. So you will not see nulls in any of the outcome for color and size. You see actual data. First error, wrong database. Let me just run this part. Right. This is really, really interesting. I'll encourage everyone to see all these 211 rows returned, 211 products all have color and size. See that? If I want to do the opposite, this only show those that are missing. I have to remove the not. Is null, remove the not. Is null. This is now the opposite. You're going to be missing across color and size, you see. It flips the opposite. So on the same question, you can just flip it and see how the other side looks like. This is really important. So please feel free when you're studying, it's an opportunity to explore. Right? Ask yourself questions. What if I do this? What if I do it like this? Right? What if I put this one? What if I take this and put it in front? Right? The positive is what is null. What if I do the negation? Not is null. See, syntax error. Right? And if you do the same on this side, syntax error. Right? This is a syntax error. The query completed with errors. This is a feedback to know you're dealing with a syntax error. Right? So you have to take note of that. Is null, the negation is not null. So the not is in the middle, not at the beginning. That's only for this particular one. For the other ones, we saw the negations are what? Not between, not in, not like. Is null, is not null. Is not null, is not null. And this is the correct one. Okay. This is just an extension. We've added another column. So look at style, size, color. You see, it's not null across the three. And this is optional. Let's go back to this. Include only those rows where at least one of the style, size, or color columns contains a value. So when you're looking for columns that contains a value, it's not null. When you're looking for columns that are missing in values, we use the is null. And they say at least one, so it's going to be or see. Right. So for those three, style, size, and color, you should be missing at least one. You see, you cannot have a value for all three. You should be missing in at least one of them. Oh, sorry, this is you can have a value. Let me go back to that question. Let me make sure I understand. Include only those rows where at least one of the style, size, or color column contains a value. At least one contains a value. So all three can contain a value. But so what you will not see is all three missing. So at least one should contain a value. See, this at least this one contains a value. That's why it qualifies. But you're not going to see null, null, null. That's a violation. At least one of them should contain a value. You can have a scenario where all three contains a value. That's fine. But you can never have a scenario where 1, 2, and 3 are all null. At least one should contain a value. So it's more relaxed or operator being used. You have to actually play around with this concept. We have the last operator, which is the like. I don't want to introduce that today. All right. I will skip this, like we can push it next week. But one thing I want us to address today is the ordering. All right, this is easy. We have 15 more minutes. We can talk about ordering. I will need to change this script. So ordering, you're gonna find it in this right here, like operator and order by. So how do you sort in SQL? It's just the order by clause. So please go ahead and open the script. So I've skipped one topic, which is a like operator. We're gonna study it next time. But what we can do, so I'm gonna skip this all the way to the bottom. So this file has two segments, like operator, skip all the way to the bottom to the section for sorting. This one, sorting data. If you work with data in Excel, you know sorting is very important. List of students, successful students have been published in alphabetical order of their names. Alphabetical order of first name or alphabetical order of last name. You just have to go. If your name begins with an A, you go to the top of the list. See? Alphabetical order. So those sorting helps you to scan through data quickly. Right. So it is also very important to know the order by clause. So sometimes you're given a requirement and you're told to sort in a particular order and present the result. So in SQL, we sort data using the order by. Either ascending, we use ASC, or descending, we use this code. These are the two options to sort, ascending or descending. So let's give an example. If I connect to IP Academy and I want to sort by a single column, we're going to see sorting by a single column. Let's begin with that one. So first you have to pay attention to the data type. If you're sorting by a text string, what column is A to Z. So this is alphabetical. Anything that involves letters, you can sort alphabetically A to Z, that's ascending, or you can sort descending Z to A. So first name, these are letters. So if I put order by first name and I indicate ascending, since this is a string, ascending will mean A to Z. You cannot sort by salary ascending because salary is not letters. Salary is a number. So ascending will mean from the smallest to the biggest. The interpretation changes depending on the context you're seeing. So these are letters. First names, we are looking at alphabetical order. Ascending will mean from A to Z. So if I run it without an order by, the system will just present me the result in any way it finds it. You see? But then you see, this is kind of any order. Right? But if you want to control this process, hey, can you sort this by first name? Right? So it's going to sort on first name. The person would A will be on the first row and just like that. So if I run this sorting by first name ascending, this is it. So C, there's no A, there's no B, we go to C. Caroline comes before Clarence, you see. If there's a match, a tie on C, we go to the next word. A comes before L. So we have C, 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 but A comes before L, before Y. So it goes to the next value and does the arrangement. So this is sorting. Tie, Francis are tied right here. Right, the system will choose which of the Francis to list first, followed by the next. But you can bring in a second column to control that process. So for now, let's do just one column. So it makes things interesting. It is not changing or kicking out values. It is just rearranging them. That's the meaning of sorting. We have seen the where clauses where you put conditions. Sorting is just to rearrange your output and present them in a way that is easy for you to understand what's going on. Right, you see that? So we've sorted this by first name, ascending, alphabetical order. If I switch this to descending, then you're going to notice that V will now go to the top. So Valerie will be at the top, followed by this, followed by this. See the reverse order. Right, so order by first name descending. This is it. This is what you get. So you see, this is now at the top, followed by this, and then see, this is very important. So sorting is something very easy. Now sorting by multiple columns. You see, to bring in another column, just put a comma and add the next column. Right, and this column right here is what we call a tiebreaker. So for example, if you sort by first name, if two students have the same first name, what should we do? Let's go to the second column, which is for the tiebreaker, and decide how to arrange the students or to sort them. So we're saying date of birth descending, date of birth ascending. Right. So if I run this, the two Francis we saw is this and this. So the second column only comes in when there's a tie. This column right here, that's what we call a tiebreaker. We are sorting by first name. Never you forget that. The first column you put right here drives the sort process. This column only comes in when there's a tie on the first column. Francis as a tie. Why should this Francis be listed before this one? It now brings in the date of birth. And say, hey, bring in date of birth and go with the first date That's ascending. Right? This date comes before this one. That's the meaning of ascending. If I switch it to descending, it will put this date. So this Francis will be listed before this one. This is very important, you see. So this column right here is what we call a tie breaker, because it is only coming in to break the tie that is encountered on this column. So this is outrightly sorted. Caroline is first. There's no tie on this. So this column plays no role on this. We go to the next. This column plays no role on the sort process. Until we get to this, we see a tie. That's when this column comes in to break the tie. If I switch to descending, it will give me, it will switch the order. See, this order Francis is now listed first, 1992, before this. But when I put ascending, like what it did, the first year comes first, small, right? This one comes first, 1991, before this. And that's it. For the other ones, it just continues on the first name, right? So if you switch the position, if you take this one to this, you change the analysis completely. The sorting has been altered. Sorting is now based on date of birth. These are the kind of things I want you to do when you're studying. If you run this, the sorting has changed completely. We are now sorting by what? Why is this sorted first? 1980. From 1980, we go toward 1989. So we're coming up towards the most recent years. See that? All right, these are the kind of things I want you to do when you're studying. Play around this concept. Right, that's the same thing right here. So this is an example. Sort by first name, last name, descending. If you don't put ascending or descending, the default is what? Ascending. This is very important. So if I type this and I don't put anything, the default is ascending. This is very important. So if I just dismiss this, dismiss this, dismiss this, the system will assume ascending. This is very important. The default sort process is ascending. I have to switch the database, this one, and run this. Please take note, this everything I'm explaining is actually in this document. We have the class document, the lecture material, this one. Not this is a week 2 objective, not this one. This document we carry every week, this one right here. It has everything I'm explaining. So you just need to go after the where clause, we go to the order by. So this is the full picture. We've talked about select, we've talked about from, we've talked about where. We are skipping and going to order by. The focus of next week will be grouping, which is we cover these two areas. And that's how we gradually exhaust the full picture of the select statement. So when we talk about order by, it's just to sort. It has no big impact. It's just sorting to rearrange the way the values will be presented, the rows will appear in the result. Right. So everything is right here. So we did not cover one operator, which is a like operator. I'm going to push that to next week. Or maybe during the lab, we can talk about that. I don't want to mix it with next week's objective. So during the lab, we're going to talk about the like operator. It's easy to understand. So you can read ahead. This is what you're going to do next week. Where is the order by? Yeah, this is the order by right here. So in English, we call it sorting. It is not sort by. Please remember this. You cannot put sort by, or you just type sort. SQL does not recognize this word. This is an English word. You cannot put sort by, or you put sort. It doesn't work. The key word is order by. So when you're receiving those instructions in English, we always talk about sort by column. It's just the English word, but the actual word in SQL is order by. This is very, very important. And this is what I wanted to draw your attention to. So there are two options in sorting, ascending or descending. Now, this is it. Ascending is the default sort order. So if you just type something and you don't specify ascending or descending, it will sort by ascending order. So I just put order by first name. I don't put ascending or I don't put descending. And please, you take note, you don't type those things in full. If you type ascending in full, it does not recognize it. It must be abbreviated. See, that is for ascending. See that? So I'm sorting by what? First name, ascending. What is first name? This is it. So you see the A's, then you go now to the B's, you go to the C's and stuff like that. If I don't put this, it will still do ascending because that's the default behavior. See, I'm still doing ascending. Why is this row the first row? It's by first name ascending. See A, next one is C. Now, if we want to sort the opposite direction, you must put descending. Give me by first name descending. So we see we go to the Z, and then all the way to the bottom we have the A. So from Z to A, that's the meaning of descending. Right. Okay, I want us to stop right here. So I've skipped one part of this lecture, which is the like operator, and that's how we can push that during the lab. Let me just talk briefly about the lab. Immediately the class ends, I will send out these documents for the lab. This is a lab work. You will have this one. In this, you don't have to do anything. The questions are at the top. No, you have to solve it, sorry. The questions are at the top, the answers are at the bottom. Excellent. So you challenge yourself, solve this question, challenge yourself, and look at the solution below. Now, solve all the 13 questions and then now look at the solutions and see where you went wrong. This is the first document you do for the lab. This is very important, please. These are your lab projects. The first one is where clause practice problems. And this is the objective for this week. So when you open the document, there are 13 questions. You solve all of them, and then you evaluate yourself. You go to the first question, check out the solution, and see if it's the same thing you did. Check out the second one and see. Please don't just go to the solution at the bottom. No. Solve all the 13 questions at the top, and then check out the solutions at the bottom. Are we okay? That's the first thing for the lab. The next lab question is this one. SQL Week 2 lab project, a PDF document. It carries 2 projects. The first lab is based on inventory. You have the inventory database. You simply click on this link and you start solving. There are 38. We've solved some questions from this. Some of them, like this, we've solved this question. Right, you've solved a couple of this already. I think last time we solved this question, right? The SQL statement to display the string, this we've solved it. This ones don't need any table, any from clause. So that 38, solve them. 33, sorry, solve them. You are using the inventory database for this one. If I click on the back button, it takes me back to that project. That's lab 1 project. Lab 2 project is based on HRO. You don't have the HRO database. I will provide you with the script. So you open the HRO database script like this and you execute it. Now you have a copy of the HRO database. And when you execute it, shut down the script so that you don't run it again second time. No. And if I refresh this, please, when you're refreshing, you're clicking, don't go click on this and you click on refresh. No, that's not how you refresh. If you want to refresh IP Academy, that's fine. But if you want to refresh your database folder, you must be on this and refresh. That's when you can see what new database has been added. This is HRO. This is the tables for HRO. See? And now you're ready to solve the second project by clicking on this link. And this one has 38 questions. All priority, I want you to give priority to the HRO, not the inventory. So do these 13 questions on this PDF document. Check the solutions at the bottom. This is the order you're going to work on this assignment. You begin with this one, solve these 13 questions and evaluate yourself by looking at the solutions at the bottom. And then now you go to this document, this one, skip the inventory one, go to the HR one, execute the database. I'll provide the script, you execute this. And then now you have access to the HR database. Click on this link and solve all these 38 questions. When you see a question you cannot solve, you skip it. It's tied to the like operator. I'm going to see questions there. So don't bother about the 30. I want to give something you can hit. You can actually hit the target yet. The 38 questions on this plus the 13 questions on that PDF document. That's a reasonable objective. So this is the first one you do. Solve all these 13 questions, check the solution right here. The one we've skipped is something like this. The like operator, let me show you an example of a question we've not yet arrived, not yet done it. Something like this is a like operator. So you will not be able to solve question 9 except you read the PDF, the document, the class lecture, just to understand what the like operator is all about. Yeah, it's easy when you read it, you can solve those questions. So you have a lot to work on. I know Lana was asking for projects. Yeah, these are the projects. Please challenge yourself and solve those so that when we connect on Wednesday, guess what? We just look at the difficult ones. Talking about Wednesday, we're going to push the class 1 hour backwards. So we begin at 6 o'clock. All right, I know those in Cameroon, it's really late for you guys. And I really appreciate the fact that you're up to get that knowledge. But the much I can do is to start at 6 o'clock. I leave work at 5. I have to drive an hour. All right, but I will make sure I am home before 6 so that we can start the lab session at 6 o'clock. So this is for everyone. Please remember the lab session will be at 6 o'clock. So 2 hours or 1 hour 30 minutes. It all depends on the extent you go on solving the projects. Because the lab session is just to discuss the projects. Right. So we can come and work for 1 hour, 1 hour 30 minutes. Right? So it all depends on the challenges you face. So if you do this project, we just connect and do the challenging ones. That's fine. So we gain time, and you see that it's bad when you show up without doing anything. That's the worst scenario. So please give priority to this one first. Open this one and do the HR one. Right. You can forget about the inventory one. If you have time, then you can now target the inventory one. So first project is this one. Solve this. Second is this one. Run the HR. We also have an employee database one. With, we do the HR one. Okay. Any question before we go? We are 4 minutes above time. Yeah, we've made significant progress, and please catch up on this by studying. Right, next week we go into a different objective. Right, so stay on the game, catch up, practice, practice, practice. And feel free, if you have challenges, feel free to send me a message on WhatsApp. Okay, good night, everyone.
Good night.
Okay, bye bye.
Just, I have a question.
Question, yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, just to touch on, because during the orientation class, you guys mentioned that there was a WhatsApp group that I haven't been added to the group just yet. So,
okay, Alex, it looks like Velin tried to do that and they had some issues with your number. Can you just type your number on the message?
yeah, I can do that.
So I'll just add it right away. Yeah, just type your number on the chat window on GoToMeeting.
I'll just send it directly to you.
Okay, yeah.
There you go. Did you get it?
Oh, yes, I got it.
Okay,
Okay,
perfect.
okay, bye everyone. You
Okay.
have a good night. See you on
Yes, bye-bye.
Wednesday. Okay, bye bye.
Bye.